All right, once again, very good morning to everyone. Sorry that we had some technical difficulties. That tends to happen in this business from time to time, but we are back, and it appears that the glitching has stopped. Actually, I unplugged the cord, hooked up to the box here in the booth, and just got out my hotspot and figured we'll just do it that way. Anyway, welcome to the 26th annual Kahok Invite here at Collinsville High School. We are glad that you are with us, and we're going to move right along and welcome you into the pre-meet show brought to you by LC's Pub in Caseyville. Great food, great drinks, and great service is served up daily at LC's Pub in Caseyville. LC's Pub, 605 North Main Street in Caseyville. You can call in for carry-out orders. That number is 618-855-9007. We have 37 schools here today. We had 41 on the list, but some of them could not make it, and we've had some individual scratches as well. Normally, we start off by showing you some of the shot put competition over across the way in the Commons area, but when I was over there trying to get that all going on, they were still late in starting, so I walked away from there at about 10 minutes after 10 o'clock, and they still had not gotten the shot put underway, so I figured that I was running out of time and wouldn't have enough time to hightail it back up here to the booth, download everything on the laptop, and then play it back. And now with all the technical problems, I wouldn't have had time to play it back anyway. What I will have time to play back is a interview that I did a little while ago with outgoing Collinsville head coach Daryl Frecker, who after 19 years as the head coach of track and field here at Collinsville is going to retire at the end of this school year. So my conversation with Coach Daryl Frecker will come your way next as the LC's Pub pre-meet show continues here on the Kahok Sports Network. Looking for a little bite to eat in a nice, friendly establishment before heading out to a game? Look no further than LC's Pub in Caseyville. Just blocks from Collinsville High School, LC's Pub is the pub of choice for Kahawk fans, before, after, or even during Kahawk games. LC's Pub features a wide variety of traditional bar food like burgers and fries, chicken wings and chicken strips, appetizers like pepper jack mac and cheese bites, fried pickles, and green beans. Plus they have salads, fish, shrimp, and more. LC's Pub also features an outdoor patio, a gaming room, weekly poker tournaments, and a pool table, plus enough TVs for all the sports fans. And LC's Pub shows Kahawk games live as well as Blues and Cardinals games. LC's Pub, 605 North Main Street in Caseyville, right across the intersection from All Pro Tees. Call for carry-out orders at 618-855-9007 and on Facebook at LC's Pub. LC's Pub, Kahawk fans' pub of choice. Hey, we welcome you back into the LC's Pub pre-meet show here on the Kahawk Sports Network as we are at the annual Kahawk Invitational Boys Track and Field Meet, first Saturday in May. That's where we usually are, and joining us now is Collinsville Track and Field head coach Daryl Frecker. So, Coach, I hear rumors that this is your last year, man. You're retiring, so tell me, what are you going to do with yourself?
I got a lot of plans at this point, but there's also people in line to give me something to do if I'm bored. I do plan on getting some projects done around the house I put off for 25 years. My wife works out at Willoughby Farm. She's the director out there, and I have volunteered out there for the last 21 summers, and I'll be out there as much as the honey-do list allows.
That's why I do what I do. Keeps me away from the honey-do list. All right, so I know this is hard to answer because you're in the moment right now, but I'm pretty sure you're going to miss this, but you won't really know how much until you're not doing it anymore, correct?
I agree. And having the summers off, it kind of, I'm going to slide into that and not really feel too much of a difference. But come this fall, I definitely agree that I'll miss it. And how much, yet to be determined.
All right, let's talk about what's at hand here. How many schools are here? I know there was supposed to be about 40.
Yes, there was a couple teams that ended up not being able to make it, but we have 37 teams represented. Outstanding athletes, teams. It's going to be, we've been blessed with some great weather. It's going to be a good day.
All right, so the usual suspects, Edwardsville, O'Fallon, East St. Louis, those are the teams to beat?
Absolutely. I'm not sure. I'm not the stats guru here. That's on Chad Burgess, but there are a lot of good teams here, and typically those are the top three dogs that are fighting for the championship position.
All right, last year you guys finished in 9th, if I'm not mistaken. That dropped you a couple from the previous year. So tell me the outlook and the expectations for the Collinsville Kahawks in this event.
Well, we decided to fine tune a little bit in preparation for a conference and getting our few athletes that are looking to qualify for state ready. I don't think we're as deep as what we have been the last couple of years, but we stand a chance to score some big points up top with the throws and the jumps, and if we can get a few points in the running events, I think we'll be upwards of the middle of the pack or so. Yeah.
All right, so speaking of the throwing events, I know you got the junior Devin Havermill, the senior KJ Thorpes-Watt in the jumping event. So those two guys look pretty good so far this year.
They do look good, and it seems like they continue to get better as we have gone through the season. And I do anticipate, with this being such a nice day, their mindset is ready for the competition. It'll be exciting to see some personal records.
All right, the running events, I know Trey Peterson always stands out in my mind as a senior. Long distance seems to be the strong point on the running events for Collinsville.
It has been, and right now we got a freshman, Chase Cummins, that is running well and has bought into the strength and the distance part of the program. And it'll be interesting to see what he does today, along with Andrew Gonski being the senior and he's running the mile only. So again, we're looking for that personal record and some points out of him. Unfortunately, on Trey's side, he's got a soccer tournament, so he opted out because he's going to play soccer in college. So he's getting ready for that.
All right, that makes total sense. All right, the expectations that you have for your Collinsville Kahawks.
Personal records is the name of the game. Every time they come out here and we can get a personal record, do something better than what we've ever done before, that's a feather in the cap and something to get very excited about. We don't have the depth to be one of the strongest teams, so we concentrate on those individuals and their personal records and personal achievement.
All right, Coach, enjoy your last one, man. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you today.
All right, that is Daryl Frecker, your Collinsville track and field head coach in his final Kahawk Invitational here. We will take a break here on the LC's Pub pre-meet show, and when we come back, we will hopefully have some uploaded shots of the shot put going on over across the way at the Commons area here at Collinsville High School. We'll do that, and then we'll cover the running events, and we'll be back to tell you more about everything coming up here on the Kahawk Sports Network. Looking for a little bite to eat in a nice, friendly establishment before heading out to a game? Look no further than LC's Pub in Caseyville. Just blocks from Collinsville High School, LC's Pub is the pub of choice for Kahawk fans, before, after, or even during Kahawk games. LC's Pub features a wide variety of traditional bar food, like burgers and fries, chicken wings and chicken strips, appetizers like pepper jack mac and cheese bites, fried pickles, and green beans. Plus they have salads, fish, shrimp, and more. LC's Pub also features an outdoor patio, a gaming room, weekly poker tournaments, and a pool table, plus enough TVs for all the sports fans. And LC's Pub shows Kahawk games live, as well as Blues and Cardinals games. LC's Pub, 605 North Main Street in Caseyville, right across the intersection from All Pro Tees. Call for carry-out orders at 618-855-9007 and on Facebook at LC's Pub. LC's Pub, Kahawk fans' pub of choice.
At Visionary Wealth Advisors, we empower you to see your future before it's your future, to create your inheritance, to build your vision, to anticipate the known and unknown, and to find potential in both, and build new dawns. Visionary Wealth Advisors.
Visit Brad Keene at his Collinsville office at 106 North Clinton or call 618-467-8420. Do you have a big land improvement project that requires some outside help? Call Petroff Trucking Company. The Petroff Companies have been shaping the metro area since 1975. Family owned and operated, Petroff Trucking Company can do the job and do it right. Hauling, excavating, and grading, they do that and more. Petroff Companies also has roll-off dumpster rentals. They also specialize in dirt and rock sales. Petroff Trucking Company can help you develop your land for your needs. Petroff Trucking Company. Check out their website, petrofftrucking.com, or give them a call, 618-797-6100. Petroff Trucking Company, shaping the metro area since 1975. And once again, we welcome you back to Collinsville High School and Kahok Stadium, to be specific. My name is Todd Duke. We have expanded our booth coverage up here this year for this track meet. As usual, Zach Roseman is with us. He'll be operating the camera today, and on microphone number 2 and on microphone number 3, we have former Kahok football assistant coach and track and field assistant coach Jacob Sopiers. How are you, gentlemen?
Good. It's always a fun time. We've got, like Coach Frecker said in his interview, pretty much ideal weather and just about ready to get underway with our first 3,200-meter heat.
Jacob Sopiers, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. This is one of the best meets in the state, I think, and I know teams look at it that way too, so excited to get it started.
Yeah. All right, well, we are underway here with the 3,200 meters. That's the first of 2 heats in this particular event, and we have 19 kids, I believe, running in this one. I don't know if we have any scratches or not because we don't find that stuff out up here. So no one for Collinsville running in this event in the first heat or the second heat, so we'll have to wait just a little bit longer for anybody from Collinsville. Let's fill you in on a little bit about Coach Frecker, as he's going to retire at the end of this year. He began coaching here in 2005. Previously, he was the assistant track and field coach at SIUE from 1990 to 1994 and was the head track and field coach at SIUE from 94 to 2004. Coach Frecker was an all-state athlete while he attended Highland High School in cross country in 1981, and he was an IHSA state qualifier in track and field running the 2-mile in 1982. While attending Illinois State University and running for the Redbirds, Coach Frecker was a conference champion and was an All-American in 1987 for the mile, and his post-collegiate resume is pretty impressive. 9-time USA Nationals qualifier from 1988 to 1996, 2-time USA Olympic Trials qualifier in 1988 and 1992. He was an Olympic Trials finalist in 1992. He's ranked number 1 in the United States indoor mile, number 5 in the world in 1992. Track and field news, and a U.S. Olympic Festival qualifier in the 1,500 meters. First place in 1991, third place in 1994. And if that wasn't enough, Coach Frecker was the Great Lakes Valley Conference Coach of the Year in 96, 97, and 2004. He was inducted into the ISU Hall of Fame in 1997, and he was inducted into the Highland High School Hall of Fame in 2019, and I'm sure at some point in the near future he will be inducted in the Kahok Hall of Fame. So, gentlemen, that's a pretty impressive resume.
Yeah, it is. I mean, to have the, success not only as an athlete, but to continue it in the coaching ranks, both at the collegiate and high school level. Lots of state qualifiers that have come through Collinsville over the past few years, and hopefully to get maybe a couple more in his final year at the helm of Kahok Track.
Yeah. Coach Sopiers, you worked with Coach Frecker for a while, so you know what it's like to work with the gentleman.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just a class act all the way around, and I know he takes great pride in the distance runners in particular. And you read all the accolades. To have someone like that's able to bring that level of experience and, when needed, sort of a technical nature to running distance, which oftentimes I think is overlooked. You see these guys go around the track a bunch of times, and you're thinking, well, what's going on here? They're going as, maybe 2 mile or 1 mile, but he really does bring that technical side to it as well. So I'm excited for him in the last Collinsville Invitational for him, but excited also for him. And looking forward to his retirement. I know he is. I chatted with him a little bit earlier, too.
Yeah, he's looking forward to the honey-do list. I do all these sporting events, so I don't have to do a honey-do list. But I still get them anyway. Usually on Sundays is when my honey-do list is taking full effect, because that's the only day that I don't have school and don't have a sport to cover. So I think I might get some downtime, but, not really. All right, so we are just early on into this first heat of this 3,200 meters race. Do we have any idea why they go with meters and why we don't? I mean, we're Americans. Why don't we do with miles and stuff like that anymore?
To match.
When I was in school, I did the 40-yard dash. Now it's not called that.
Now they've made the changeover.
Yeah.
To match what you see at the high level,
Olympics.
At the Olympics.
Yeah.
And just have uniformity.
And it took a little while. Illinois was sort of on the tail end of that when it came to the field events, using meters as the
they've only
the
made
measurement.
for field events. They've only made the transition in the past 15, 20 years.
I think it's even sooner than that too. I think it's probably in the last 5 that they made the transition to the metric system in the field events. I have my phone in my hand all the time when I'm watching jumps and throws because. I'm trying to do the simple math in my head to figure out, okay, what's that mean? And if you look at some of our meet records here, those were held in the field events and feet. So we have sort of a translation of that now to see if we're going to get any records broken today.
Yeah, we have one Collinsville Kahok on the list of record holders in this event, and that was Jamarian Stewart, who had the 200-meter dash time of 21.34 seconds, and that was in 2019. You got a bunch of Edwardsville guys on that list, a bunch of East St. Louis guys on the list, a couple of Cahokia guys on the list. So it's a pretty extensive list, and a lot of these records just have been broken since the turn of the millennial. So everything's 2000 and on up.
Yeah. If you look at that record list, I had the pleasure of coaching Jamarian Stewart, who holds the record here at the 200. He runs now at University of Texas Rio Grande. Just had a PR in the 400 actually down there. He ran a really good 400 race. But there was a stretch here in the Metro East with Cahokia and East St. Louis, and then you sprinkle in a couple schools here and there where the track was on fire, both in running events and then field events. I saw Jamari Ward's name still on there for some of the field events, and he was one of the greats in Illinois history when it came to the jumps. So this meet speaks for itself if you look at the record books. There's some good ones on there.
This is the 3,200-meter heat 1 of 2. After this one, you'll have the 4x800-meter relay and the 4x100-meter relay, and then they'll run the second heat of the 3,200-meter relay. And that record holder here at this event is Roland Prenzler of Edwardsville, who turned in a time of 9 minutes, 25.77 seconds back in 2018. So a kind of a recent record.
Yeah, so this is, the slower heat, or at least it's supposed to be. Our leader at the moment is freshman Nicholas Rossi of Belleville West. You can see him down there in the maroon, followed closely by Cameron McDonough of Quincy.
Kind of got a close first, second, third, and then fourth a little bit behind them, and then it kind of spreads out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the throwing events are taking place in a different part of the school, in the commons area that's kind of right in the middle of a field that you have the vocational center on one side, the main school building right on front, and then the other side has the gym/cafeteria and everything else. So that's where the shot put and the discus events are going on. Pole vault and the jumping events and the high jump event are all here within the confines of Kahok Stadium. Right straight across from us is the pole vault. A little bit off to the left of your screen is where they're doing the longer jumps, and then behind the field goal post on the right side is where they're doing the high jumps. So we'll not be able to give you those as far as your viewing pleasure is concerned, but we will pass along results as they start coming in. We here are primarily concentrating on the running events.
Yeah, and the Kahawks got a good thrower this year, particularly in shot, but I know he's had some good throws in discus as well, so I'll look forward to seeing how Devin Habermehl does. He was the number 1 seed, if you will, in that champion flight, so we'll see what happens over there on the shot put ring.
Yeah, I ran into Devin earlier when I was over there trying to film the shot put, but like I said, they were delayed, so I never did get any footage. He seems like he's in pretty good spirits, so hopefully he'll do well. I know that we have a KJ Thorpes-Watt is projected to finish probably in the top 3 in the long jumping categories. And we are missing Trey Peterson not here. He would probably be running in this race and a couple of others, but he's got a soccer scholarship, so he is in a soccer tournament today because that's where his area of expertise, if you will, so to speak, is going to be, and that's what he needs to concentrate on.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always cut. I mean, I think it's really cool when you have a two-sport, athlete in the same season. Speaks to the level of commitment that a kid would have. So look forward to seeing him later in the year, though, because I think he does have a a chance to make some noise.
Yeah. All right, we got a couple of more laps to go here in this first heat of this 3,200 meters. And then, as I mentioned, we'll go on to the 4x800 meter relay. We'll be here all day, man. It's the the first Saturday in May. That means two things: Collinsville Kahok Invitational Meet and the Kentucky Derby.
And usually we get done in time to do both.
Yep. My wife and I went down to the Fairmont Park racetrack yesterday to place our bets, so I wouldn't have to worry about doing all that when I got out of here.
Got it in there.
Yeah. I got, we each have money on 3 horses. I went with all long shots, man. I got $5 to win on a 20-to-1 long shot, a 30-to-1 long shot, and a 50-to-1 long shot.
Hey, if you're going to bet, why not take the big odds,
you know,
right?
I mean, the favorites don't pay out as much.
Exactly right. Yeah.
You get lucky, you still wind up doing all right.
Oh, yeah. A couple of years ago, one of the long shots did win, and we ended up cashing in. You know, we only bet $5, so we probably got back about $15, $16, but still, it's a lot better than getting back 1 or 2 when you bet on a favorite.
100%.
You know, I don't have the kind of money to go up and place $100 bets on horses. That's for sure.
Exactly. All right, coming around to the final lap now, I think. Nicholas Rossi still in the lead.
And we're already past the 9-minute mark, so there's not going to be any records broken in this one.
Rossi's starting to pull away a little bit as he comes into the final turn. And
that makes that record that much more impressive. These guys are still running. They got a lap to go, and there's 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
This record holder guy was in here in 9.25. That's impressive.
Yeah, I will say track's an interesting sport in the sense that Coach Frecker talked about this. You're really hunting for PRs, personal records, right? And so we'll see if Nicholas Rossi here can get one. I know his season's best was 10:44.80. It looks like he's going to set a PR here.
Yeah.
Pick up the.
It's going to come in right around 10:40, 10:39, somewhere close to that. So, congratulations to Nicholas Rossi, freshman, winning the first heat. And as I mentioned, the second heat will be coming up after the couple of relays that we have next, 4x800 and the 4x100. So, of course, they'll take the best times from the 2 heats, and whoever has the best time will win that particular event.
10:39.47 is your official time. Karen McDonough of Quincy second, Colin Nolte of Springfield third, and the rest of the field coming around now to finish things up in this first 3,200-meter heat.
All right. Last year, the winner of this entire event was Edwardsville, and that is the second year in a row that Edwardsville has won this event. So the Edwardsville Tigers are going for a three-peat here today.
I think it was close last year, just a couple points.
Yeah.
Edwardsville in first, and I believe East St. Louis was second. They're always going to battle it out, particularly at this meet.
Oh, yeah.
But they'll be doing it up in State as well.
Yeah. Edwardsville, 93 points last year. East St. Louis had 92, so yeah, just a 1 point difference.
Yep.
Cahokia was at 87, and O'Fallon finished in fourth at 46 points. Collinsville finished in ninth with 25, and I believe that was a drop for them, if I'm not mistaken. I think they finished in sixth the year before.
Yeah, so it's, like I said, it's as big a field as we've had in the past couple of years, so we'll see how everything kind of shakes itself up. Obviously, maybe a couple of schools not bringing the full complement of everybody on the team, maybe just bringing, a distance runner or a thrower. We'll see how, obviously, we're one race down out of, probably 25 or 30, so it'll be, we'll see, but see a lot of PRs, which is always fun, as, we see, looks like we did have a couple of scratches, but looks like everybody's just about done now, and all right, so congratulations to Nicholas Rossi, and I'll see you here in a little bit with that fast heat as we get ready for the 32.
Yeah, last year we had 27 teams competing in this event. This year there were 41 on the list when I got it a couple of weeks ago, and as Coach Frecker said in the pregame show, I think we're down to 37.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of those meets that you'll see more often than not where a team may bring 1 or 2 athletes. It's a good primer, particularly if maybe you're a smaller school that you're not going to be competing in the same class come sectional and state. So that's why you get a little some athletes, individual athletes sprinkled in.
I think we're going to pause for the national anthem.
We are going to pause for the national anthem, so we'll go ahead and take a commercial break. We don't have a lot of time for those, so we'll be back here in just a moment on the Kahok Sports Network.
The Junior Service Club of Collinsville has been a proud supporter of KahokSports.com and the Kahok Sports Network from day one. Since 1934, the Junior Service Club of Collinsville has been providing women in the community an opportunity to make a difference with fundraisers and projects, all that go towards helping the needy in Collinsville. If you would like any information on any event sponsored by the Collinsville Junior Service Club, head to Facebook, type in Collinsville Junior Service Club, and then click on the Event tab. We thank the Collinsville Junior Service Club for their continued support of the Kahok Sports Network and KahokSports.com.
Hi, Purple and White fans. This is Dan Mode, class of 1989. I'm with New American Funding. Myself and New American Funding are proud sponsors of Kahok Athletics. As we have great coaches at CHS on all the courts, fields, and tracks, we like to coach you through the home buying process and refinance process. If there's ever anything we can do, I can be reached at 618-973-5343 or www.danmodeloans.com. Let's support our student athletes at CHS. They deserve the best. Thank you for your time, and go Kahawks.
Plumbing or electrical problems? Is your AC or heater on the fritz? There are dozens of companies out there, but do you really know who you're letting in your home? Trust Tiger. Our technicians are clean-cut, drug-free, and background checked. What other company can make this bold statement? Our 24-hour emergency service will ensure your plumbing, heating, AC, and electric are up and running no matter what time of day it is. Schedule your appointment today. Tiger Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical Services. We earn our stripes every day.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Kahawk Stadium. My name is Todd Duke, Zach Roseman, Jacob Sopiers, along with you as well as we are ready for event number 2 of the running event, and that is the 4x800 meter relay. And this one will feature some of the Collinsville students. You have Glenn Carbon, Father McGivney High School, going to be in lane 1. Quincy's going to be in lane 2. Carbondale in lane 3. Collinsville in lane 4. Rochester in 5, Cahokia is in 6, Freeburg is in 7, Granite City lane 8, and East Alton Wood River is in lane 9, and Decatur Eisenhower is in lane 10. We actually have 14 lanes here, man, because this next heat's got 14 different schools running.
Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll stack a couple in the 4x8 too. They'll stack them.
All right, we're just about ready to go here. Collinsville runners include Camden Reeves, a sophomore, James Klein, a junior, Ramirez Pacheco Alejandro, a freshman, and Diego Lira, a sophomore. I think I got the Ramiro thing backwards. Ramirez Alejandro, Ramirez Pacheco, is I believe that's how that one goes, because they got the first name last, or the last name first and the first name last. I got confused.
All right.
It happens enough.
Mm-hmm. I have a little bit of a delay here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think we're maybe missing a couple of teams.
East St. Louis holds the record in this event back from 2006 in a time of 7 minutes, 47.10 seconds. I know, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've got a record that's stood for that long, then you know it's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Well, and a good way to gauge the 4x8 too, particularly when you see a time like that, is anything under 2 minutes for an individual in the 800 shows that you're cooking.
Yeah.
So when you get down there 740 something,
yeah.
Well, you got 4 guys that are running sub 2. Really, really impressive.
All right, we are underway here in this 4x800 meter relay. How many heats are there? Is just 2?
I think just 2.
Just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So 2. We got 10 teams running in this one. Well, we're probably missing. As we said, there was 41 schools scheduled and only 37 here. So every once in a while, we're going to read off some schools and they're not here. So we don't know that ahead of time. And there's 14 schools running in the next heat. Maybe. Couldn't ask for a better day, I tell you what.
Oh, man. No, I mean, it's perfect. Not too much wind. I mean, nice breeze for us, but
Yeah.
Not too much wind that would be affecting any of the events.
Off to an early lead so far is team in orange.
It's like Rochester out there.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yep.
Rochester followed by Quincy, and I'm not sure who that third team is now.
Rochester followed by Quincy.
Little man with the binoculars will let us know.
That may be Father McGivney up there in third.
Could be.
Yeah, this is kind of
200 meters from the first exchange here in heat 1 of the 4 by 8. Rochester and Quincy as Rochester leads, but the Blue Devils.
Yeah, Rochester and Quincy are neck and neck here. Looks like Quincy's getting ready to pass up the gentleman from Rochester.
145 here coming down the last 100-meter stretch. Like I said when the race started, a good gauge here. Anything sub 2 for an individual runner is really impressive. And here in the first heat, you may not see too many of those, but this is going to be a good split here for Quincy to start off. Going to get the baton out right at that 2-minute mark, and Quincy takes a good 30-meter jump here on Rochester.
Widen that lead on that handoff, actually. I think Rochester had a little bit of a tough time.
Yeah.
The gentleman catching up with his buddy to try to hand off the baton.
Yeah, you don't think about that too much in some of these more longer relays, but the handoff really is important, even though it's not as quick as what you would see maybe in the 4x1 or the 4x2. That lead runner wants to get out and give the individual who's handing off the baton something to chase after.
Well, that was a handoff for Collinsville. So right now Collinsville bringing up the rear in this first heat as Camden Reeves handed off to Alejandro Ramirez Pacheco.
It looks like Quincy, Rochester, and Carbondale 1, 2, and 3 at the first exchange.
Second and third and fourth are starting to close up on each other right now. Quincy has a pretty good lead, but I have a feeling that's going to be in jeopardy here in just a minute.
I'll tell you what, from someone who ran the 400, when you get out to the 8, it's really, really technical in what your strategy is. You want to go out and you want to set a good pace, but you want to also be able to carry through the last lap. In the 800, you got to be able to fight. You're getting a good push here up on that second and third. We'll see what happens down the final 300.
Yeah, Rochester now sitting in third after they were in first for a while, and the Quincy guys got about to get passed up over the backstretch there.
Looks like Carbondale coming up and will take the lead, and Father McGivney not too far behind out of that lead top 3 group, and then a pretty wide gap after the top 4.
In third place, Carbondale leads.
So Carbondale has claimed the lead, and Quincy down to second, but Quincy and Rochester in a battle there as Rochester's trying to get back into second place.
Good push by Rochester here, too.
Yeah.
Really good push. Let's see what happens on the handoff here. Again, you want to get out, give this guy something to chase after. You don't want to be getting this baton standing still, and that's the difference. Rochester, they're going to settle in right behind him. Good handoffs there all the way around.
Yeah.
It looks like no Cahokia, East Alton Wood River, or Decatur Eisenhower. So just 7 teams participating in this first heat.
Got a close race going on there between first, second, and third, but right now it looks like Carbondale is getting a little bit of a distance between him and the gentleman from Quincy.
Yeah, Carbondale, that looks like that's Chase Massey, the senior out of Carbondale's got a good pace right now. Looks good. Coming here with down the final 100 of the first lap.
Right now about a good 15 yards difference there. I'm looking at the line.
Football field,
yeah.
Good gauge.
Yeah.
Coming around now. About 5.5 minutes, so not a elite pace, but moving along at a decent clip.
A lap away from final exchange, we've got Carbondale leads.
Said pretty, like we talked about, pretty much ideal conditions. Maybe a little warm if you're out in the sun for any significant length of time, but
Yeah, particularly distance. Distance races. I know guys. You typically want a little bit cooler, but I don't think you can really complain about today.
No.
We're supposed to get some cloud cover to move in here a little bit later. We
Yeah.
got storms in the forecast, but they're not due to arrive until well after this event's going to be over.
Yeah.
So for right now, we have some sunshine.
Yeah.
Nice little breeze blowing.
Remember a couple years ago we had a day that was real overcast. Never did anything super heavy in regards to precipitation, but it was a lot cooler and a lot cloudier than it is here today.
Yep. I think last year we had a pretty good day, too.
I don't think it was too bad last year,
Yeah.
from what I remember.
Final handoff.
And Carbondale, good run by their third
Yeah.
runner, Chase Massey. There, just held that lead since when he received the baton, and pretty much kept it the whole time.
Genesis Cole got the final handoff, and boy, he took off.
Yeah, he's got a really good pace. Let's see if
Let's
see
up.
if he can hold it. I know being out in that first position is tough because you want to set your own pace, but you're kind of looking around to kind of gauge on how fast do I need to pick it up? Can I settle in a little bit? So we'll see what happens here. Running in first is not as easy as you may suspect. You know those guys are there. Typically, you can kind of hear them back there too.
Yeah.
Looks like Collinsville are maybe going to catch up Granite City here in the battle for 6th and 7th as the Carbondale runner making his way down the front stretch already. Looks like the Quincy runner may have closed the gap a little.
That's crazy that this kid's going to cross the finish line with one more lap to go, right around the time that the East St. Louis record is.
That gives you an idea how fast that was. I think this is going to be a good one down the home stretch here. Let's see if Quincy's going to have to go get after him, though he can't wait too long. I'd say around that 250 to 200-meter mark, he's going to have to see what he's got.
Yeah, Lane Steinkamp is the anchor runner for Quincy, trying to close that gap a little bit.
Really spread out in third and fourth. It looks like Rochester fell off a little bit. Father McGivney settling in third. And here's the race right here. This final 200-meter stretch. You can't really coach this. This is just going to be a matter of what you have left in the tank.
Yeah.
Quincy have definitely closed the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steinkamp is giving it all he has coming down this final turn. It's going to be real close between him and Genesis Cole, as right now they come around this last turn pretty much neck and neck.
Ooh, let's see what's got. Quincy looks strong, though. Looks really strong.
Yeah, looks like the Carbondale guy just falling off a little bit.
Quincy's season's best, 8:49.50. They're going to set a PR here for sure in the first heat.
By about 10 seconds.
Yeah, great run.
Yeah.
And looks like Carbondale second, Father McGivney third. Rochester going to make a push for fourth. And we'll see.
8:40.37 is the time that Quincy came across. So, yeah, by about 9 seconds.
Yeah, it's a great PR. And sometimes you don't know. We have some names here listed down that we suspect the runners are. These are, like I said earlier, this is one of those meets you're really trying to gauge on what you think you can do, particularly on a nice day like this. You want to see, hey, what can we do at conference? What can we do at sectional? And coaches are really paying attention to, how do I get points at conference? If I throw this guy in here, can I run him second or third? See what happens with the time. So it's good race there by Carbondale.
Yeah, not bad. Still got some of the schools coming up, bringing up the rear. I believe that's Granite City.
Yep.
Granite City, and then Collinsville will end up finishing in last in this event.
Hard to see on the time. Collinsville's season best was 9:03.85.
Yeah, it's going to be.
But I know I did talk to Coach Frecker a little bit about the distance guys. I know he said he had a couple 800 guys that were not here today.
Yeah.
So they were kind of piecing it together as best as they could.
All right, so heat number 1 is in the books, and that one won by Quincy. And heat number 2 getting ready to take place. Not sure if all the schools are here, but the rundown would be from 1 to 14 on the track assignments. Mount Vernon in 1, Civic Memorial in 2, Muscuda has 3, Glenwood High School 4, East St. Louis 5, O'Fallon 6. That'll be a fun one to watch between 5 and 6. Highland 7, Marion in 8, Roxana 9, Belleville West 10, Edwardsville 11, Springfield High School 12, Belleville East 13, and Triad in 14.
A lot of typical strong relay teams, Edwardsville, Quincy, O'Fallon. East St. Louis maybe not going to quite push that meet record time from 18 years ago, but
Yeah.
certainly within the realm of possibility. And it looks like we got pretty close to a full field here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we have everybody, actually.
Yeah.
Which is always nice.
This will be a good one, too. Mount Vernon's got, brought in a time of 8:02.88 today as the top seed in the event, but there's going to be a lot of teams here right in the middle. Got a couple turned in the same times right around 8:15, a couple 8:12. So we'll see if some of those, Civic Memorial, Mascoutah, if they can put a time up and try to go out and get Mount Vernon.
Yeah, this is I know if I don't know if Justice Eldridge is running in this event for Civic, but I know he's been.
Yes, he is. He's the lead guy.
Yeah, he's had a pretty successful career wearing the purple and gold, and got him running anchor. So Civic Memorial looking to put forward their best guys, and if they got coming in with the second seeded time, they think that they can pick up the 10 points here.
Yeah. And I think they have Justice maybe going first.
Oh, well, we'll see.
We'll see with that.
Yeah.
It is interesting to see what teams do with the strategy on that. Sometimes, I think a lot of folks, maybe if you're a casual track and field viewer, you think, the fastest guy always goes last. You want to be in the race, though, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you put that lead horse out front, set a good pace here for the first one, see if you can put yourself in a good position.
Yeah, they set these things on Friday, so they could make some changes
100%.
between Friday and Saturday.
Yeah. Be surprised how important this first 100 meters is. It's a lot of noise, a lot of things happen around you. You're trying to stay composed. You don't want to run in anyone's feet, get bumped up on. But you really want to get out this first 100 because they're going to now cascade down here at the break point at the 100-meter mark. So now everyone's kind of juggling to get that inside lane, and it's just going to look like a big mess out here.
Yeah, usually does right off the bat.
Yeah. And the thing about that, too, guys, is you don't want to be stuck out there running in lane 3 for too long. You're taking more distance if you're on the outside. So you're really trying to want to get to a place where you can settle down and get comfortable. We got a good pack out there right now.
Yeah, they're bunched up pretty well, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Moving at and then we'll see what kind of pace they're setting at here.
Yeah, it's pretty good right now.
Yeah. Looks like Civic Memorial will take the early lead.
Yeah.
Followed by Glenwood, and then a big grouping of guys.
Really, really smooth here. And you see the difference in Heat 1 and Heat 2. You get this first lap coming across at sub 60, 57, 58 seconds. So if we suspect that's Justice Eldridge out there in front for CM, he's setting a good pace.
Yeah. Starting to spread out just a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, still.
Oh, man. That top runner looks great.
Yeah, he's still holding a pretty good clip even as he passes the 600-meter mark. Probably, it could be coming in right on at a pretty good, probably sub 2 minutes, and he's pulled ahead a little bit of a lead now.
He's going to be handing off to a sophomore, Tulio Zampiri. It looks like who the second runner is for Civic Memorial. And he put himself out front here. He's got a pretty decent lead coming into the handoff. These exchanges can be a little messy. You got 5 guys here all trying to get to their spots. So let's see what happens through the first exchange.
That kid from Mount Vernon turned it on there at the end.
Right at about 159 split there for the first runner for CM.
Now it looks like.
Is that Mascoutah in second?
I think Mount Vernon.
Okay. A little tough to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see the orange and black. Ooh.
Yeah.
Quick 150 for that runner from Mount Vernon.
Yeah.
If our names are correct, that looks like it's a freshman.
Yeah, Brandon Bowling.
And Mount Vernon's had some pretty good runs at this event. Don't know if they've ever won it, but usually consistently in that top 5 grouping or so.
Sometimes you got to tell a freshman to stay calm.
Yeah.
He saw that runner out from CM there. He goes out a little quick. You got to be able to sustain through this next 400. So we'll see what happens, and you can kind of see what's happening here. CM trying to levy back in front there to get on the inside.
Yeah, still holding in that sub-minute 400 split, so moving along at a pretty good time. Possible that we could see a sub-8. finish.
So
As looks like Glenwood maybe is taking.
Is that who's out there in front right now, Glenwood?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, Fallon won this event last year, coming in at 8:02.18. And that was right around the best for Mount Vernon this year that time.
Really got spread out here.
Yeah, we
We've
did.
got a race of about 3 teams. I think it's Glenwood out front, CM, Mount Vernon.
Yep.
And maybe Fallon in 4th.
Man, really strong run by the second runner from Chatham. That's Van Schneider, a sophomore.
They're going to come in at 3:55.
Yeah.
They're going.
Really good split there by Van Schneider.
And what are we on, the third runner here for Glenwood? Aiden Groves, a senior.
Yep.
Yeah, he's really separated himself from second and third right now. Second and third, though, they're coming on kind of strong.
Yeah, if you're in that second and third position right now, the thing that you're trying to tell yourself is I can't lose number 1 runner. I got to try to keep myself competitive here. And you can see they've closed it already. It's about down to maybe 10 meters or so up there with Chatham.
Top 3 running very strong out front. Looks to be a 3-team race at this point for the championship of the 4x800.
Yeah, pace appears maybe to have slackened off just a
just a
tiny
little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Typically, I won't speak for every coach. If you're watching this and thinking, man, this guy doesn't, that's not how we do it. Typically, third runner is someone you feel like can sustain your position.
Right.
Maybe not your fastest guy, but someone that you can put in there and you know they're going to run consistently, hit their time that they've turned in all year.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a three-team race at this point. It's probably 50 meters or even more now.
Oh yeah.
As
you're right, it's about 50 meters from that first pack down to it looks like 4 and 5.
yeah.
Tell you what, we're bunched up front, man.
Yeah,
First, second,
we
and
got
third.
a good one. We got a good one.
Always, you want it to be fun, and the relays for me are always kind of fun, especially at the longer distance because it's, in a way, I feel like it requires maybe more strategy than just about anything else.
100%.
As
not just run as fast as you can, right?
Yeah.
That's a really good finish from Chatham Glenwood, though. Aiden Groves.
Come in still sub 6.
Will Pazia will take the baton and head down the final leg here. Final 2 laps.
So, again, if you're Mount Vernon, you're just trying to keep yourself in the race here.
Right.
You can tell he's got a pretty good pace right now. He'll probably settle in here through the first 150 or so, but you want to keep yourself within striking distance. And CM's third runner's thinking the same thing. How do I keep myself in it? It's tough. They tell you don't want to ever be caught out in no man's land. You're kind of running against yourself. It's nice to be able to keep yourself in.
Just a matter of who are the top 3 between Glenwood, Mount Vernon, and Civic Memorial. Starting to spread out here.
Yeah, it looks like Mount Vernon anchor runner coming back just a little bit. CM maybe dropping off as we come into the final 200.
Yeah, that's Trey Maggot, the senior from Mount Vernon. I think he's got to like his position right here.
Come in bell lap at 6:50, so definitely moving.
Yeah, we get 2 sub minutes here. We're gonna get a couple teams. Yeah, it's a good push there, Mount Vernon.
Did he make? No, the question
might have been too early.
Yeah,
That's always the
run
thing.
A little too soon.
Yep.
Mount Vernon moving into the lead. Glenwood 2 steps behind in second. CM back in third.
A little bit of separation now.
Yep.
And we'll see if this Glenwood runner's got anything left in the tank over this final 200.
Well, we'll also see if the Mount Vernon runner didn't wear himself out early.
Yeah.
As they come around.
Still holding a pretty good clip, it
Yeah.
looks like, though.
Coming down this final final stretch here up front.
Don't count Civic Memorial out here out of the second place. This kid's got a good push right here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Don't know if he'll be able to make a push for the lead.
He's going to make it close, though.
He's going
to make it close, though.
He's going to try.
Holy moly, what a push.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
754
Wow.
and change. What a run from
DJ Dutton, senior out of CM with a really, really great final maybe 125 or 150.
155.29 final split.
Woo!
7:54.91 your unofficial time. Mount Vernon 2, Chatham 3, Mascouda 4, Highland 5, and the rest of the field will make their way up now. So, yeah, 3 sub-8-minute times, so good pace.
Who says you can't have fun watching a 4x8?
I'm telling you, man,
that was a good, good one to get the day kicked off.
DJ Dutton turned it on there down that final stretch.
Yeah.
Wow.
We just got some word. I think Mount Vernon may have broke a school record there too.
Oh wow, yeah,
Good for them.
that's always nice.
Well, and the thing about that, CM, they come in season best 8:07.
Yep.
You break it by 12 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really good day to run. You get some good competition. I'm sure they're ecstatic turning in that time.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. All right, so now we are going to move on to the 4x100 relay. A little bit faster
Yeah,
on
here
the
we go.
4x100.
Yeah, that's always fun.
We have 3 heats in the 4x100 relay. And
yeah, so it looks like Todd said, 3 heats here. Waterloo, your top seed in the first heat. I'm sure Todd will go over lane assignments here.
Yep, well, right now, how about that?
Yep.
Marion in lane 1, Highland in lane 2, Civic Memorial in lane 3. Waterloo has 4, East St. Louis 5, East Alton Wood River 6, Granite City 7, Glen Carbon is in lane 8, and looks like we have 8 schools running in each of these heats. Collinsville will be running in the 5th lane in heat number 2.
And it looks like we've got pretty close to a full field.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right.
And I talked a little bit about the exchanges in the 4x8. It can get muddled up here around that exchange zone and those distances, 4x8, 4x4. But here, your 4x1 and 4x2, this oftentimes is the difference in the outcome of the race. Is how smooth can you make these handoffs? So we'll see what happens.
And that is a CM that 754 is number 5 in the state and top 100 in the country.
Let's
so,
go.
Yeah, very good 4x8 showing for CM.
I'll put him number 1 as far as the exciting finish goes.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
He's 44.65. That's the best of these. Was that Waterloo?
Yep, Waterloo lane 4.
Yep.
Looks like they're the top seed here
Yep.
in heat number 1.
And heat number 1, yes. Record holder in the 4x100 is Cahokia, also in 2006. 2006, East St. Louis and Cahokia ran away with the big relays there. 41.52 seconds by Cahokia in 2006.
Yeah, you're looking at it's probably three guys running in the 10s.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, just to give you some comparison in our final heat, I'll let this one go, and then I'll drop some historical stats there.
Mm-hmm.
And we are off.
looks like East St. Louis with a pretty good
good
break to start.
Yep. You'll see the exchanges here. Pretty smooth all the way around. East St. Louis, really, really good exchange. Good jump there.
Yep.
Man, oh man, that dude's flying.
Mm-hmm.
Don't count CM out. It looks like
We'll see.
those inside lanes could be a little deceiving here towards the end, but it does look like East St. Louis got a good jump there.
A clean final exchange here. They should be, they're going to take this one away pretty easily.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in at a pretty respectable time, down in the high 43 range.
Yeah, 43.71.
43.71, yeah.
CM2, EAWR 3, Granite City 4.
All right, that was heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming up next. Freeburg in lane 1, Glenwood High School in lane 2, Springfield High School in 3, Carbondale has 4. Collinsville has lane 5. MacArthur High School out of Decatur has 6. Rochester in lane 7. And Manuel High School out of Peoria in lane 8. Top seed in this one looks to be Carbondale.
You got it.
43.3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Last year, this event won by Edwardsville. They came in at 41.75. Troy finished in 2nd, and East St. Louis finished in 3rd. Triad, I should say, not Troy.
And we'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And yeah, it looks like we've got all 8 lanes filled once again.
All right.
For
For Collinsville, Loyal Patterson is the lead runner. Jalik Nelson, number 2 in the process. Ryan McIntyre, the football player that he was the featured running back last year for the most part. And Mari Rogers Parrott is the anchor runner. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, all 4 of those guys played football.
Rogers Parrott did, McIntyre did. Who are the other 2?
Loyal Patterson.
Yep.
Angelique Nelson.
Angelique Nelson.
Yeah, I think all 4 of those guys were football players.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
When I was here, it was always one of those things. If you're a football guy, it's like, you ain't playing baseball, you're running track.
Yep.
Go out and run fast.
Go out and do something.
Yeah.
Always good to have multiple sport guys, you know.
Of course, on the field events, KJ Thorpe-Swat, wide receiver. Devin Habermill. They used him everywhere. Offense, defense. He ran the ball sometimes, caught the ball sometimes.
Yeah.
Put him wherever you can, and
he's an athlete.
Yeah, it's possible that he could compete at the collegiate level in football or track.
Yeah. Didn't he finish in first in one of the shot put events at an earlier track meet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought so. All right, we're underway here in heat number 2. Happens kind of fast, especially these handoffs, man. You got to be ready to go.
Yeah, you got to be really looking here. This is pretty tight through the first 100. Let's see exchanges. Looks pretty smooth all the way around.
Looks like
Collinsville looks pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Got a team in orange, maybe Rochester out there on the outside, making even early.
Peoria Manual
out
there in lane 8.
Bad exchange for somebody. And now it looks like Carbondale holding onto their seed time as we make our way down the stretch.
Collinsville making a run for second place here, but it looks like they're going to fall a little short of that goal.
And it'll be a mid-42s for Carbondale.
Carbondale, 42.69.
Great time.
Glenwood 2nd. Collinsville do get 3rd. Rochester 4. MacArthur 5. Springfield 6. Manuel 7. And Freeburg 8.
So right now, Carbondale is the team to beat. They bettered the 43.71 of East St. Louis in that first heat. So
yeah,
right
and
now,
a couple of the times turned in, Todd, too. If everyone runs the time that turned in, Carbondale could be in the mix to place top 8. Just depends on what happens here in the final heat.
Final heat coming up. Lane number 1, Cahokia High School, followed by Belleville West in lane 2, Mascoutah in lane 3, Edwardsville is in lane 4, O'Fallon in lane 5, Triad in 6, Alton in 7, and Belleville East in 8. Lots of Southwestern Conference schools in this final heat.
Mm-hmm. And watch out lane 4, Edwardsville 42-36 is Illinois number 3 so
like
far
I said,
this season.
They won this event last year with a 41.75 time.
Yeah.
And Triad in there as well. So the top 2 finishers from last year are in this heat. East St. Louis finished in 3rd, but they ran in heat number 1, so they are finished in this event for the day.
And if you look at heat 1 and heat 2, just about a second better than what the times are turned in. If I'm Edwardsville, let's see if they can get under 42 today.
Yeah.
Good day to run, and based upon those first 2 heats, see if they can follow suit.
Mm-hmm. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Looks like we got a full
field
once again.
Edwardsville's lead runner, Adam Boykins, handing off to Clayton Lakatis. Third runner Darren Wilson, and Zach Lane is the anchor for the Tigers.
Lakatos, probably see him in the hurdles later today, and was coached by his dad.
Yep. Good football player too. Good returner for him last year. I've had a chance to see him run. I like watching him. Really, really good stride, and we'll see how he does on that back stretch here, if he can eat up that second 100 as for the Tigers. Again, they're in lane 4. Here we go.
Yep. See what happens here.
Keep an eye on Mascuda in lane 3. They've had some good relays the last few years, always super competitive. Sometimes being that inside lane, Edwardsville, they got someone out in front of them because of the stagger.
And I'm set. And
we're off.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Pretty even through 50 meters. Staggers look almost exactly the same. Here we go through the first handoff.
Looks like Edwardsville.
I told you, man, Lakatos is fun to watch. Look at that stride out there in lane 4 for Edwardsville.
Yeah, still hanging pretty
Tight.
even here. Another clean handoff, and Edwardsville looking to maybe push into the lead, as we kind of figured they would. Still close here.
Yes, it is.
Good handoff.
Edwardsville and Belleville East.
They're getting pushed.
And that is Edwardsville.
It's going to be a good time.
Ooh, boy.
There we go. That's what I was. I mean, if I were. If
41-53.
Yeah, if I was Edwardsville today after seeing those first couple heats, they follow suit. They go just under a second faster than what they've done in the season best so far.
Edwardsville, O'Fallon tried Mascuda.
Just missing the meet record by 1/100.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was 41.52, and they came in at 41.53. So yeah, he just missed that record. Wow.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's Tigers are quick. That record's been here since 2006, as Todd pointed out earlier from Cahokia. Really, really good time for Edwardsville.
Yeah, so they win that event for the second year in a row. Last year, 41.75, so they've improved on that.
Yeah. So now we're going to get ready now for the quick heat of the 3200.
We'll make first and second calls go for the 110s.
All right.
Yep, second heat of the 3200. First heat belonged to Nicholas Rossi of Belleville West with a time of 10 minutes, 39.47 seconds. And as I mentioned earlier, there are not any Collinsville runners in this particular event.
16 scheduled for this.
I think I'm counting 14 out there.
All right.
So maybe 2 scratches. Fastest time coming in is from a freshman.
Yeah, Raphael Greer of Marion, who have just seemed like churned out quality distance runners over the past few years.
Yep.
I think they have a state title in cross country from within the past couple of years. So they're their fastest distance runner isn't even competing in this event.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that they have
a guy who's gone sub 9.
Yeah, sub 9, right.
So
I think the word was maybe he was going run the mile today potentially instead of the 2 mile.
We just found out a little bit ago that Carol Frecker is going to bring us up some sandwiches.
There you go.
Like here.
Yeah. We have to do things in shifts here, so I'm going to take a shift.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And we are underway.
We're underway in the 3,200-meter run. At this time, we will make the final call. 110 high hurdles. Again, check-in area down past the start line.
Go ahead and just kind of sort things out. Still very early, and everybody's still pretty well grouped up to start things off here. Not the fastest pace to start, but probably get going more as time goes on.
They'd be surprised, too, as in these longer events. These kids are kind of vibing off of each other, right? You know, someone's got to go out and take the lead and see what the pace will look like, and everyone kind of follows suit. I mentioned this earlier in the first heat of 3,200. I think sometimes these longer events, people think, you know, what's the strategy in here? These kids know what they need to be doing on a 400 by 400 basis to see what their pace would be. We're going to get out here at about a minute 10 through the first 400. And you'll see the pack start to separate, I think, typically around that third, fourth lap, really, if there's going to be one.
Everything kind of holding station so far. No separation, really. One guy coming off the back just a little bit, but everybody else just kind of clumped together here. And really at this stage, at least in my experience, you don't necessarily want to be the guy in first at this point.
Yeah, it's tough. I mentioned this earlier. It's tough being out in front because you're the one setting the pace. And oftentimes you kind of, you know, am I doing okay? You know, you can get in your head space a little bit about that. I've always preferred, if I was going to be one of those, I'm just going to settle in, make sure I'm within striking distance when the time comes. But a long race like this, right now these guys are just trying to get comfortable.
Yeah, field's starting to string out just a little bit, but still grouped together pretty closely as we approach the 1/4 mark of the heat.
Yep, looks like out front right now we got Andrew Pace. That's senior at a triad. Looks like that's a CM.
And then Carbondale.
Carbondale.
Yep.
All right there.
Jacob Cranford, and then maybe Ben Simmons.
We'll take it.
They come through 800 meters.
And like I said, my guess is always around that third or fourth lap you start to see, but it's already happening a little bit here, right? We were in a pack of about 15 meters, and now we're spread out, getting close to a 40, 50 meter, you know, from first down to last.
Yeah, just a little bit of separation now from our lead runner, getting out to about 5 meters or so.
I think that is, trying to get a picture of that. It was Triad out front, but it looks like someone else jumped in. I hate to. We'll make a determination on this once we get him around here in front of the press box. But if I had to guess, this looks like a freshman. So I'm going to throw my hat in the race. This is Raphael Greer out of Marion.
Looks like you got bib number 1, so this is Raphael Greer.
Yep.
Yeah, he's pulled away a decent lead already.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming up towards the 5 to go mark at about 3:36. So not especially fast pace, but we'll see if somebody wants to make a push to try and catch up with him.
Well, and he really opened it up there. I mean, we were bunched up through about 900 meters or so, and now he's comfortable out maybe, I don't know, 30, 40 meters out in front.
Now having about a 40-meter lead on the pack. Tell you one thing, when you run for Marion, you're running with some of the fastest distance runners in the state.
Yep. Exactly what we were just echoing.
Raphael Greer, the freshman of Marion.
It's always so impressive to see a young guy like this, too. This is a big meet. To come out here and be a freshman and not only be competitive, but then on that in between the third and the fourth lot, just to really say, hey, I'm going to go out and get this thing.
We had a freshman win the first heat.
Yep.
He's going to come through halfway at about 4:47 or so. So not a super fast pace, but if you can break maybe, I don't know what his what his seed time would be, but if you can break 10 minutes or so here, you'd feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, he turned in 9:41.62.
Yeah.
So that tells me after seeing that he's probably one of those runners that's going to be able to carry here.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what he does. When you're out there, distance runners are a different breed. I've said this time and time again, because he's just out there by himself right now, right? And so you're really battling yourself. You're not chasing anybody, so we'll see what he does.
Yeah, it's just just kind of him out there, and it's sort of it's definitely like you said, it's kind of an interesting mindset. If you're out there you're just kind of out there on your own.
Yep.
You know, you're at the point now where you're just kind of running against the clock.
Exactly.
You know, the crowd will tell you if somebody makes a push behind you. So
Yep.
you just got to know what you can do, and maybe make a push for faster time. It'll be just over 6 minutes at 3 to go here.
I think he's got to like where he's at right now. 3 laps, you come across right at 6 minutes.
And again, no real major push from anybody behind him as of yet. Field is definitely spread out quite a bit.
Yep.
So, yeah, coming in at, we'll see if CM runner or anybody like that can make a push. Not sure if that's Pace or who that is back behind
from
him.
CM, yep.
Last year, Cale Smith of Decatur Eisenhower won this event with a 9.50.11. But he graduated, so he's not here.
Yeah, 9:50. So we'll see if we can get a faster pace. And we'll see what happens. Some of the Marion fans cheering him on. We've made the trip up from Jackson County, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that sounds right. They make the 2 to go at about 7:15.
So what did we say? That's about a minute 15 pace there, on that last lap. He came across, I think, right at 6 minutes.
So he's able to hold that probably right about 9:45.
Yep, I mean, turned in 9:41. We'll see if he can go out and set a season best. You are starting to see this close a little here in third place. Big bunch working their way up towards Civic Memorial in third. And I think Andrew Pace has settled in second. His pace here for Greer looked pretty good with 600 meters or so to go.
Yeah, there was like 80 yards in between first and second place.
Yeah. He's still going pretty well.
Yeah.
Up over 8 minutes now, so we'll see what kind of pace he wants to put in for the final 400 here.
So if he comes across at about 8:30 or so, that'd be he carried 1:15 in the last 2 laps.
And
looks like that's probably pretty close to what he's looking to do.
maybe a little under 8:28.
Yes, we picked up about a second or two there.
Yeah.
And this last lap, he's going to see what he can do. I think he's crossing at 8:30. He knows where he's at.
Yeah.
And you'll see a push here around that 250, 200 meter mark.
Yeah. I mean, the point now is, barring something absolutely miraculous, he's got the win. It's just a question now of how hard does he want to push here.
Yeah.
As it looks like he's going to have some traffic to get around here.
Yeah.
And lap guy is going to do the right thing.
Yeah,
move to the
great move there.
outside.
Yep. Let him go.
And about 9:13 here as he comes into the final 150 meters. We'll see what he can hold here.
Again, season best for Greer, 9:41.62. Just really consistent the last 3 laps.
Definitely a name to keep an eye on.
Oh, for sure.
Just a freshman, yeah.
Yep.
Make a little bit of a push on here now.
Going to be close. I think he's going to be just a little bit outside of it.
9:41 and some change. 9:41.76. So season best, but not a PR.
Andrew Pace in second.
And we'll see who we got in third here.
I think that's Evan Schlichting.
Freeburg.
From Freeburg.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a gap back here. Yeah, Evan Schlichting at 10:08. So everybody will make their way across the finish line now. And we're going to get ready now for the 110 hurdles.
110 hurdles. They got most of the hurdles set up out there. They'll still have to set up a few more of them. So We're going to take this time to take a break as the final couple of guys come across the finish line, and we'll be back to tell you all about the 110-meter hurdles in just a moment here on the Kahok Sports Network.
Pack Mail of Collinsville, locally owned and operated by Ryan Combs. Pack Mail can ship anything, anywhere. They treat you like a neighbor because, well, you are a neighbor. Pack Mail offers shipping materials and containers, private mailboxes, as well as climate-controlled self-storage. Visit Pack Mail at 407 Beltline Road in Collinsville. Online, WeShipSt.Louis.com or call Pack Mail at 346-4884. The Collinsville Education Association is a proud supporter of KahokSports.com and the Kahok Sports Network. The CEA is your partner as they work to ensure quality education for our children. The CEA advocates excellence and equity in public education and represent over 400 educators in 11 schools in both Madison and St. Clair counties. For more information, you can visit the Collinsville Education Association's Facebook page or the CEA's website at collinsvillecea.org.
All right, once again, we welcome you back here to Kahok Stadium and the Boys Track and Field Invitational. 37 schools competing here this afternoon. My name is Todd Duke. Zach Roseman and Josh Soap here is on the other microphones as we get ready for the 110-meter high hurdles. And this event, the record holder is Clyde Young of Cahokia High School back in 2007 with a time of 13.6 seconds. That seems kind of fast.
Yeah, we're going to have 5 heats, the 110s today. As we're getting ready here for the first heat, I just want to call out heat number 5 is going to be something to stay tuned in for. We have the number 1 time in the state of Illinois in lane 5 out of Arian Hill from Centralia, and the number 3 time in the state of Illinois from Jalen Cole, sophomore out of Belleville West. So heat 5, Todd's going to be lighting the track up.
All right. Heat number 1 only has, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runners?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Collinsville will have 2 participants in heat number 3. And right now we have Max Walker from Highland, Oliver Jackson from Carbondale, Satvik, and I have no idea how to say that last name, from Quincy, Jaden Smith from Centralia, and Damarian Fountain from Belleville West. Anybody want to take a stab at that gentleman from Quincy's name? Nope. Didn't think so.
Yep.
Goganani?
That's where I'm going to go with.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go with it.
All right. We have a general consensus up here in the booth. This is just one of those sporting events that I do that I can't go around asking how to pronounce everybody's names because there's like 200 kids. I can do it for baseball, softball, all those other things, volleyball, soccer, but when you have all these athletes out here, that's a task that I just can't get accomplished. All right. (110-meter hurdles). As we mentioned, 5 heats coming up in this particular event.
Yeah, once we nice thing about the hurdles though is it doesn't take too long to get through
No.
them. So once you get the hurdles set up, provided you don't knock a bunch of them over, it's not too difficult to just move right along from one heat to the next.
I know, not the funnest. I've been one of the coaches out there that has to set them up and take them down. But once they're out there, we're good. It's pretty free-flowing, yeah.
Got the 300 hurdles that'll be coming up a little later, so this is the first of 2 hurdle events.
Looks like we got 5 participants in this one. Do we?
I'm trying to gauge. I think I'm seeing 3. So
See Highland.
maybe the
See Carbondale. See. Could be Quincy and I don't know. Maybe that's Centralia. So we'll see.
they're getting set the blocks as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably good, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Gentleman's been holding that pistol up in the air for a while, man.
Guns in the air.
There we go. And we only have 3.
All right, here we go. The first of 3 heats
And
here in
this gentleman
Oh, said first of 3 heats. I got 5 down.
looks like they've had to do consolidation. And the Belleville West guy is going to break through. Demarion Fountain out with a...
out of lane 7, he will take heat number 1.
Not sure of the time, though.
Yeah,
Did we get consolidation down to 3?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We're trying to...
Be quite a bit of guys that I would have had to have dropped out.
Yeah.
But, you know.
We'll see where we're at here.
Yeah.
Just
Did they not have the clock running?
well, that would be something kind of. Yeah, I don't have any. Oh, hold on.
Just didn't see the final time up there for Fountain.
Heat number 2.
Oh well.
Mayor Rogers of Granite City will be in lane 1.
I don't know. All right.
Guess we'll play it by ear here. See how see how many heats we have.
Well, second scheduled heat is Mir Rogers of Granite City in 1, Dylan Howard of Carbondale in 2, Ty Books of CM in 3, Zane Hoover of Alton in 4, Kieran Wall of Springfield in 5, Caleb Cliff of Eisenhower in 6, Edison Zoo of Freeburg in 7, Lincoln Odell of Granite City in 8, and Austin Goddard of Waterloo in 9. And looks like we got a few more participants this go around.
Did we ever get a time on that first heat?
I did not see it, Todd.
Yeah, I don't have anything on my end yet either. We'll, I'm sure it'll get pushed through eventually.
Well, we'll be good to go as long as these people with umbrellas don't stand up.
I'm blocking your view too.
Oh, you're all right.
I'll tell you guys, the 110 hurdles is a race about pace, and a little differentiator that you can tell is guys you're going to see run in those 14s like we're going to see in the final heat will oftentimes what we refer to as a 3-step hurdle. 3 steps in between each hurdle is kind of a good differentiator for guys that are moving at a good pace. Nothing wrong with if you see an athlete running 4 steps in between, but I've always told myself if I can get an athlete to 3-step, you tend to get a little bit more rhythm and pace in between each hurdle, and it starts with your out of the block rhythm coming out here. So we'll see what happens in the second heat.
Second heat underway.
Heat 2 off and running.
And looks like we've got a pretty even grouping here.
Number 5.
Springfield looking like they're going to win this one.
Yep, and they'll be up in the just over 17.
They got the clock working this time. There we go.
Kieran Wall, 17.59, which is a PR for him.
There we go.
All right, heat number 2 in the books. Heat number 3 coming up next.
I'll go ahead and just reset the hurdles, which won't take too long.
All right, heat number 3 features Mike Silas of Roxana in lane 1. Carter Grigsby of Collinsville in lane 2 from Marion High School. Jaden Brooks in lane 3. Muscuda has Evan Carr in lane 4, another Collinsville runner in lane 5. That would be Adam Frazier. Springfield has Colbon Singh in lane 6. Chris Malone from Edwardsville in lane 7. Ryder Spretz in lane number 8 from Rochester, and in lane number 9 is Wyatt Hansel from Waterloo. Got a couple of freshmen, a bunch of sophomores, a couple of juniors, only one senior in this heat.
Yeah.
Springfield
see what happens here. And again, looks like we got a pretty full complement. Looks like lane 1 will be vacant. So
Well, that would be the only senior.
see Grigsby, see Marion, see another Collinsville, see Muscuda, see the Springfield Red.
Yep. I think we're good minus
Yeah,
lane 1.
Yeah. A lot of orange here on the near side.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like everybody's be getting ready to go here.
And a couple Kahawks.
Yep. Always good to see the home team get some representation. We'll see how they do. It's been a little bit of a slow start on the running side of things for the home team, but we'll see if things can improve in that regard as the day goes on.
All right, we're ready.
Looks like the Kahawk runners are doing all right. Looks like our runner on the outside.
Push.
Edwardsville, and looks like
Go.
we'll see 2-3 for Collinsville, though, which is nice. Chris Malone with the winner with a 1676. Frazier second with a season best 1737, and Grigsby with a PR 1756 in third.
Yeah, 2 PRs for the Kahawks.
Yeah. 1676 for sub 17 showing for the Edwardsville Junior.
I think we're 5 heats, guys. Yeah, I can't see.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know,
Maybe I just misspoke on the regular announcer.
Yeah, a couple. A couple scratches for whatever reason. But all right, go ahead and make our way through this fourth heat. Excuse me. We have Alfonso Fletcher of Alton in lane 1, Jalen Taylor of MacArthur in lane 2, 2 East St. Louis Flyers next to each other in lane 3 and 4. Keyshawn Yates and Keelan LeGrant, Mackenzie Doe III and Elias Homeyer, both of Glenwood in 5 and 6, Andre Addo of O'Fallon in 7, Brandon Houston of Edwardsville in 8, and Cade King of Maryville Christian in lane 9.
Starting to get into the 16s here, right? Heat 4.
Yep. As fast Doe is your fast mark here in this heat, 1652 from the freshman. So again, a number of young guys here in this field, which points to the the future looks pretty bright for track in not only the Metro East but a little bit beyond as well.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of if I can find a young guy that can hurdle. I mentioned this earlier around like sort of the 3-stepping concept. And it's funny when I'm watching, I'm counting their steps in between. But if you can get a young guy to pick up on that when they're a freshman, as they continue to grow and they get a little bit quicker, it's more about teaching that rhythm when they're young. And if you can get them into it, I think that's why you tend to see some younger guys. You'll see. I don't know this for sure. I'd have to look at our heat sheets. But I would bet you'll see the same thing in the 300s as well. Coaches like getting guys in the hurdles early on if they can. Gives them a chance to get that rhythm down, that pace that I talked about.
Yeah, it looks like we got a hole in 2 and a hole in maybe 6. So one not all the way here on the near end, but
it looks like 2 and 7 are empty, so we may be without Jalen Taylor and of Decatur and Brandon Houston of Edwardsville.
All right. Guns in the air.
Get set.
And we are underway. Pretty good break from the O'Fallon runner in lane 7. And it looks like the Glenwood runner in the middle, and it'll be pretty competitive. Maryville Christian out on the outside making a decent push. But it looks like it'll be lane 7. And Andre Addo picking up the win with a 1644.
Another PR.
Yep.
Looks like they're fast track. You know, as you used to say that after a couple of these fast events, we'd say, man, we got a fast track today. Go out and get one. And
Yeah,
we're hoping we're going to see it here in Heat 5. So we got a couple top dogs. I mentioned this when we started 110 hurdles, but we can go through lane assignments here. I'll go ahead and take this one. Heat number 5 of the 110 hurdles. Lane number 1 is Keelan Caruthers out of Roxana. Lane 2, Jerome Hodges from Belleville East. His teammate, freshman Dalen Donaldson, is in lane 3. Lane 4, Louis Johannes from Triad. Lane 5, your number 1 time in the state of Illinois this year is sophomore Arian Hill out of Centralia. Lane 6 is your number 3 time in the state of Illinois. That is a sophomore Jalen Cole out of Belleville West. Lane number 7 is Christian Crunk out of Columbia. Lane 8, Matt Pluff from Freeburg. And lane 9, Jaden Wood from Mascoutah. So I can't emphasize this enough. Lane 5 and lane 6, you are probably getting a preview of what you're going to see at the state meet, all things considered, in Arian Hill and Jalen Cole.
Yeah, 2 real fast guys. Centralia have never necessarily a ton of depth, but they've definitely produced some really talented individuals out there in the city of 4 counties and getting everything set up, and it should be a real quick meet. I'm not sure what our meet.
Let's pull it up here. Yeah.
Meet record is
13.6 is the meet record set in 2007 by Clyde Young of Cahokia.
Don't know if we're going to get anything in there, but definitely some fast times for.
Well, shout out to Clyde Young from Cahokia with a 13.6 being the meet record.
Yeah, I mean, anything.
What a mark!
Anything sub 14
exactly.
is really quick.
Yeah. So don't blink or you will miss it. We got a really, really good Heat 5 here, the 110 hurdles, and looks like getting ready to get going here momentarily. And the difference, if you're, for our viewers out there, when we're watching this, just you'll be able to see the difference in lane 5 and lane 6 on how they attack the hurdle. When you start to get in these low 14 times, it really does look like they're attacking the hurdle, and they won't lose momentum through their 3-step to get there.
And still some youth. You got a junior and a sophomore, so I mean, we could, maybe we could be pushing towards that meet record territory in the next year or two if we see these guys come back to Collinsville next year.
Yep.
Save the best for last, don't they?
Yes.
All right, looks like we got a full complement or pretty close to it.
4.22 from Arian Hill. That just blows my mind.
I don't know that I could run 110 meters without having to jump over hurdles.
I know. Got to run and you got to jump, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt, speaking of, Matt Pluff will be right up there in the high jump, taking the time to run the hurdles as well. And
tight race.
Yep.
Carried on.
Yep, Arian Hill will be able to get it, and that'll be a
Ooh, it's close.
sub 14, I think. We'll see here.
And I think the surprise there was Louis Johannes from Triad.
And pushing right up there.
Yeah.
Had the lead.
It looked like Jalen Cole, the sophomore out of Belleville West, a little slow out of the blocks.
14.4, and oh wow, 1/1000th of a second, 14.393 to 14.394.
Wow.
Johannes just almost got it. What a wow. Well, that's the second real tight finish we've had.
Yeah. And really, Johannes was, through 4 hurdles, was out in front of him. Typically what you'll see out of those guys that can run sub 4, into the low 14s is that speed comes through those last 2 hurdles, and that's what happened there.
All right. 100 meters is next. And you thought those were fast. This one's going to be fast.
Yeah. Now maybe take the time to run a commercial or two as they clear out the hurdles.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to do. Thank you very much there, Zach Roseman. All right, we're going to take a little small break here, and we'll be back in just a moment on the Kahok Sports Network.
Collinsville High School alumni Stacy Lauenstein, CHS class of 91, Lisa Bassetto, Sarah Sulke, and Tracy Limp, CHS class of 94,
Tony Geisen, CHS class of 96, and Kevin Robinson, CHS class of 99, want to wish all of our Kahawks a great year. We look forward to cheering you on and supporting you. Work hard on the court and the field, as well as in the classroom. Remember, once a Kahawk, always a Kahawk. Hashtag Kahawk Family.
Your home is where you feel happy, safe, and secure. So if you see signs of foundation problems like cracks or uneven floors, worrying is natural, and getting it fixed is crucial. Woods Basement Systems understands. We've been solving foundation worries since 1986. Woods experts have the training and equipment to make permanent repairs. So stop worrying, because with Woods, it's fixed forever. Foundation problems don't get better with time, they get better with Woods, the all things basement-y experts. Call or go to woodsbasementsystems.com today.
Once again, we welcome you back to Kahawk Stadium. We are moving right along here. 100-meter race is what we have coming up next. And I understand there's Zach Roseman. Some of the field events are over with.
Yep, we do have long jump and shot put final results. For the long jump, in first place with a mark of 22 feet, 3 3/4 inches, or 6.8 meters, is Larry Wills of Glenwood. Jacob Wall of Edwardsville second at 6.77 meters. Joviano Howard of Cahokia in third at 6.71. Braden Missy of Belleville West in fourth at 6.69. Cameron Reed of Mascoutah also at 6.69 in fifth. Jaden Cole of Edwardsville in sixth at 6.68. Loyal Patterson putting some points on the board for the Kahawks with a 6.64. And Kaylin Lilly of Carbondale, your final score with a mark of 6.58. A little bit of a disappointing day for KJ Thorpe's Wad as he finishes out of the points in 12th.
All right. They're off and running here on this false start.
Yep.
All right. Who won the shot put?
And in shot put, the winner is one Devin Habermel.
Nice.
16.48 meters, 54 feet 1 inches. So Devin Habermel picks up the win for Collinsville. Yosei Epinesa of Edwardsville second. Henry Hershey of Carbondale third. Elmo Gillian of East St. Louis 4. Antonio Montoya of Normal Community 5. King Smith of Decatur MacArthur 6th, Zach Van Tegum of Triad 7th, and another Carbondale Terrier, Owen Lee, in 8th.
So congratulations to Devin Habermill. Nice little piece of hardware he'll get as we get ready for this 100-meter heat number 1. And there are, how many did they say there was in this one?
7.
7. All right. First one only has, I think, 4.
Yep.
Maybe even 3.
Yeah, Nathan scheduled for 4. Nathan Red of Maryville Christian, Jack Unverzacht of Springfield High School, Nicholas Cordy, another Maryville Christian Lion, and Dylan Beadle of Highland.
Looks like there might be one missing.
Let's see. One Maryville Christian.
And it looks like
Cordy's the one missing.
Yep.
They got 4, 5, and 7, but no 6.
All right. I'm usually surprised that the shot put and long jump are already done. Usually we're still waiting on those.
Shot put, maybe.
Well, shot put gets started first.
Yeah, shot
but
put.
They were, like I said, I left out of there 10 minutes. They were 10 minutes late in getting started, too.
Yep.
All right, here we got a clean start.
All right, clean start.
Beadle with the lead.
Beadle, big-time lead.
There goes Dylan Beadle.
And he's going to come in with a mark of
And the senior from
high
Highland
11s,
across the line.
which
11.86.
PR. And Cordy was the false start, so there you go.
Okay, yep. I was going to say, when I first looked out there, I thought I saw 4.
All right. Yeah, PR for Beadle, 11.86. And we'll move right along to heat number 2.
Heat number 2. Bryson Daly in lane 1 from Manual High School out of Peoria. Father McGivney has lanes 2 and 3. Lincoln Duffy and Lyle Bierman, both of them are juniors. Freeburg in lane 4 with A.J. Valkamp. Quincy High School in lane 5. Jason Percy, a junior. O'Fallon's First Baptist High School will take over lane 6. That's Camden Mossman. He is a freshman. They have numbers for all the other ones, and for him they have FR. Decatur Eisenhower has Nevin Curry in lane 7. Noah Alexander, a junior from Springfield High School in lane 8, and from East St. Louis High School, a freshman in Dimitri Jefferman. So 3 freshmen running in this race.
Lincoln Duffy, that's a hockey player, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Yeah, so Collinsville, with it being club hockey, can kind of draw from the bounds of the Collinsville area. So do have a couple of Father McGivney students.
The head coach's son, as a matter of fact.
All right.
A little bit more cloud cover moving in.
Switching out the purple and white for the navy blue and gold.
Must be a confusing closet.
Yeah, you just wear both. Yeah. I guess you really only wear the purple during the winter.
Yep, during the hockey season, that's it.
All right. Looks like we're missing.
Looks like 5 and 6.
5 and 6, yeah.
It's going to be open.
So Percy and Mossman. Looks like everybody else is about ready to go.
Second heat of this 100-meter run. 7 heats scheduled. It's a lot of heats, man. That's why you have all these schools. We have 10 more schools than we had last year. All right, we're off in heat number 2.
East St. Louis runner on the outside making a pretty good push.
Number 9 is Dimitri Jefferson of East St. Louis.
Yeah, you're a freshman.
See what we got here. And your winner,
12.03
from Jefferson. Volkamp, Bierman, Daly.
So Dimitri Jefferson gets a PR.
Yep, heat win. 12:03 for the freshman. So maybe a name to keep an eye on in the future at the institution of area track and field that East St. Louis
Yeah.
is in.
Ain't that the truth?
All right.
We're rolling right along to heat 3. We'll go through lane assignments here. Lane number 1, sophomore at East St. Louis, Joseph Fleming. Lane number 2, Traden Humphrey from Quincy. Lane 3 is Chase Word, freshman out of Freeburg. Lane 4, Rome Wallace from Highland. We got 2 Rochester Rockets in lane 5 and 6. That's David Cates and Kieran Powers. Lane 7, Parker Parnell from Civic Memorial. Lane 8, Marcus Hazel, freshman out of Marion. And in lane 9, Bryce.
Yeah, good luck with that name.
Kosavrani.
Yeah,
Kosavrani.
Junior out of O'Fallon First Baptist.
And
Kosrovani.
yeah, Kosavrani. Looks like we're missing. Oh, I thought we were missing 5, but now I'm not seeing any super obvious holes. So looks like we may have a full complement here for this heat.
And again, we have 7 total today for the 100-meter dash. Yeah. We're working through heat number 3 right now. And they are getting ready to get set in the blocks.
Collinsville will have some participants coming up, I believe, in the final 2 heat. No,
looks like we got
heat 4 and heat 6.
Yep, Loyal Patterson, heat 4, and Amari Rogers Parrott.
Yep,
heat 6.
Runners in their blocks now. Guns in the air.
Heat number 3 underway.
Good jump out of lane 1.
Yeah. East St. Louis Flyers, Joseph Fleming.
Ooh.
See what 11:69 be the PR. We'll see what he's able to pull off
11:63.
Yeah.
11:63. Now the time to beat as Fleming crosses the line. As he takes heat number 3.
So right now he has the best heat turned, or the best race turned in so far from the first 3 heats, but still 4 more to go. And in heat number 4, you have Jalen Wise Singletary from Mascoutah in lane 1. Jeremy Jackson from Lanphier High School in Springfield. I don't know if they're here I heard that one might be one of the teams that did not make it, so we'll have to see. Nemelos Thompson from Manual High School out of Peoria in lane 3. Colin Merkel from Marion in lane 4. Tyler Carruthers from Centralia in lane 5. Loyal Patterson from Collinsville in lane 6. Darren Wilson of Edwardsville in lane 7. Amori Taylor in lane 8 from Cahokia. And Granite City High School's Cordell Bond is in lane 9.
Well, Bond, that's a name we're
Bond.
pretty used to calling.
James Bond.
Pretty used to calling in the basketball side of things with Trayvon.
Well, it looks like Lanphier does have a runner in lane 2. Looks like lane 1 is open, so.
No Y Singletary.
Yeah.
Looks like Lanphier were able to make the trip down.
Looks like is lane 3 empty as well?
No,
lane
yeah,
6.
Yeah, that would be Loyal Patterson.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's anybody there.
Kind of looks that way.
All right.
Taylor of Cahokia in 8 and Cordell Bond of Granite City in lane 9.
So no Collinsville runner in this heat.
And no Mascouda runner in it either.
Heat number 4 of 7.
This should be, well, potential maybe to see something in the lower 11s. Darren Wilson has run sub 11 so far in his career, but not so far this year. We'll see what he's able to do here today.
All right.
And he's off to an early lead.
Edwardsville Tigers out in front of that one real quick, man. That was Darren Wilson.
Darren Wilson out of lane number 7. Takes
11.27.
Season best.
Yeah.
And a PR from Jeremy Jackson as we have going off hundredths of a second. We do have a tie for second, actually. See how they want to tie break that, if they will.
Record holder here at this event is Jacob Mitchell from Springfield Lanphier High School back in 2007 with a time of 10.51.
Yeah, that's not too far off of, some really high quality times. I mean, the world record is only, 9.58 or something like that. So
that's fast.
Yeah. If you're within a second of Usain Bolt, then you're doing pretty well.
I would say so. 10.51 by Jacob Mitchell in 2007. You might see a couple of guys in heat number 7 give that a run for their money. Got a couple of guys in here just around 10.8, 10.7. So we'll see what happens here when heat number 7 rolls around.
All right, for heat 5, you got Jared Tall of Alton in lane 1, Ryan Brokaw, sophomore, from Granite City in lane 2, Coriante Midget, Cahokia, remember calling his name on the football field, as a junior, Boston Robbins of Carbondale in lane 4, Travis Skinner of East Alton Wood River in lane 5, Julian Garcia of MacArthur in lane 6, Jamal Burgess Jr. of Wood River in lane 7, Theodore Young of Belleville East in lane 8, and Caden Brown of Decatur Eisenhower in lane 9. You're going to be looking at Skinner and Robbins and Skinner maybe to make the big push for heat win here. And we're looking at the maroon and gold and the black and gray in the middle. We'll see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Looks like they're all there.
Mm-hmm.
Last year's winner of this event was Kenneth Buchanan of East St. Louis with a time of 11.20. And he was a junior.
We'll see if he's back running again this year. I guess we could probably check that.
Yeah, I don't see his name on the
Neither
list.
do I.
Yeah.
See a handful of Wood River participants making their way down to the front stretch to cheer on their teammates.
Is that umbrella in your way?
I'm okay.
It's not in the way of the camera.
Okay, that's all I really care about is the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a bad idea having the umbrellas out. It's starting to increase the cloud cover, but
Yeah,
still definitely more sun than anything else.
Intermittent cloud cover, we'll call it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they have definitely gone up in numbers, the clouds have.
Yeah, nothing too threatening, at least from what we can see at this point.
Now, rain and the storms aren't supposed to move in until after 5 or 6 o'clock, so I think we'll be all right as far as the event is concerned, but you will probably see an increase in cloud cover as the day goes on.
Which I don't think the athletes would mind that, honestly, too much.
No? Well, we are totally in shade now in the press box, and we weren't earlier, so it's a lot easier to see the computer screens now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Guns in the air. And a little bit of a delay, but looks like just about ready to go.
There we go. Heat number 5. 2 more to go after this one. Tight race.
Looks like lane 6 maybe. Maybe Garcia. We'll see here. We'll let the
Thought it was either Garcia or Boston Robbins in 4.
Yeah, I thought 4 was up there as
here.
well, yeah. 11.45.
And it is Garcia with the heat win.
So we're seeing PRs all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, almost every heat, at least for the times we have turned in. So as we get in here to heat 6 and 7, let's hope that trend continues.
Yeah, most likely, because the times have definitely gone down with each heat that we've done.
Getting into the lower 11s now, so.
800-meter race coming up after this 100 dash is complete. 2 more heats to go, and right now we are heading toward heat number 6. Isaac Heidelberg of Belleville East in lane 1. From Civic Memorial, Jordan Serafini in lane number 2. From MacArthur High School out of Decatur, Sam Owens in lane 3. Steve Moore of Edwardsville in lane 4. From Glenwood High School out of Chatham, Blake Leon is in lane 5. Jalen Cole of Belleville West is in lane 6. O'Fallon High School has Aaron Doss in lane 7. Amari Rogers Parrott for Collinsville in lane 11. And from Centralia High School, Kyverick Bratton is in lane number 9.
It looks like not seeing any super obvious holes to start off with. So
Yeah, so Amari Rogers Parrott will be running for Collinsville in this one.
it looks like we got a full complement of for the heat, which is always good. Still have the field events going on. High jump, pole vault, and discus still going. Looks like the high jumps.
Yeah, getting ready to get a jump over there.
Yeah. O'Fallon runner or competitor
Yeah.
unable to clear at
Yeah.
whatever mark they're at. Looks pretty high. Probably getting towards the.
I would definitely be able to clear that from underneath.
Yeah, it's like
Roll under.
Yeah.
roll under.
Take a nap.
Yeah, it's probably relatively soft landing area.
All right. Heat number 6. Gun is in the air. And we're underway.
All right, here we go with heat number 6. Coming on the track.
Pretty even.
Man, you ain't kidding.
It's like Glenwood, though.
Yeah, Glenwood looks like, and then maybe CM. See how they scored here.
Blake Lennon.
11.2.
Heat number 6. 11:20.
Hey, was that the meet winning time last year?
Yeah, he was.
Wow. We still got one more heat to go.
Chatham, Glenwood.
100's always a little weird if you get a little bit of a headwind.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the conditions were like last year. But right now it's great. I don't see any of the flags moving at all.
Yeah.
Blake Lennon wins that one with 11.20, and we are up to the final heat. This one's got a couple of guys that are around 10-8, 10-7.
Marzion Graham in lane 2. Owen Winnicky of Roxana.
And we'll
Keelan Dowell
they get
of
everybody
O'Fallon
up
will
there,
be
and
in
we'll
3. Casey Markowski
go ahead
of
and
Jersey in
move right
4.
along with the.
Looks like lane 6 is empty right now.
So no Brian Jackson of Belleville West, it looks like.
Yeah.
We got DeMarzion Graham of Carbondale in 1. Owen Wieneke of Roxana in 2. Keelan Dowell of O'Fallon in 3. Casey Borkowski of Jersey in 4. Samuel Elliott Barnes of Alton in 5. Brian Jackson of Belleville West in 6. Colton Ladage of Glenwood in 7. Chris Pete representing Monroe County in the Waterloo Bulldogs in lane 8. And Cannon Creamer of Muscuda in lane 9. And a couple state-ranked guys. Probably going to be looking at something sub sub 11, right?
Well, looks like Brian Jackson did show up there in lane 6.
All right, so it looks like we've got a full field then. See him down there just practicing the start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, looks like we got everybody here, which is always good.
Keep an eye on lane number 5, Samuel Elliott Barnes, state ranked out of Alton, and he's your top time today too coming in.
Looks like this 800-meter race only has one heat.
Yeah, they're just gonna run 1 800. That's that's a little surprising. There's usually
Really?
Only run one heat. There's usually have 3 or 4 or so in there for.
Unless I'm missing a page, but I don't think so.
We'll get confirmation of it here on our timing app here in just a second. But still got one more heat in the 100 to get through.
Here we go.
All right.
Good start.
Elliott Barnes out to, well, it's going to be pretty close here.
Looks like Bubba Lee's giving him a run for his money.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here.
Or is that O'Fallon?
We'll see what happens here.
Lane 3 and 5.
Looked like lane 3.
Yeah. 11.17.
That will just barely pick up the meet win.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the 11-2 will put him into 3rd place, actually. So pretty good run there. And so, yeah, Samuel Elliott Barnes, 11.17. I think he had a slightly less favorable wind.
Yeah, it did. I spoke too soon. As soon as I said that, I was like, oh, here comes a little bit of cloud cover and a little bit of wind.
Yeah.
That 6th heat was with a slight tailwind, and this one was.
Oh, no, we have 4 heats. 4 heats in the 800 meters.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Just turn to it as well.
All right. The 800-meter coming up next. Just a little bit of a recap. Civic Memorial won the 4x800-meter relay with a time of 7 minutes 54.91 seconds. Edwardsville High School won the 4x100-meter relay with a time of 41.53 seconds. Raphael Greer, a freshman from Marion, won the 3,200-meter race with a time of 9 minutes 41.76 seconds. 110-meter hurdles won by Aaron Hill of Centralia with a time of 14.40. And, of course, the 100 meters just ended with Samuel Elliott Barnes with a time of 11.17 seconds from Alton. Wins that one. And 2 field events we know of are over. Shot put won by Collinsville's very own Devin Habermill, 16.48 meters. And the long jump, what did you say, 2 feet 3/4 inches? Larry Wills of Glenwood.
Let's see. Long jump is Larry Wills at 22 foot 3 3/4, so 6.8 meters. Of Glenwood, scoring 10 points and a quick team top 5 or team top 10. We have a tie for 10th between Belleville West and Mount Vernon at 8 points. Marion in 9th with 10. O'Fallon in 8th with 11. Collinsville and Carbondale tied for 6th at 12. Civic in 5th at 14. Tie for 3rd between Glenwood and Tride with 16. Mascoutah in 2nd with 19. And surprise, surprise, the Edwardsville Tigers in the lead with 33 points.
They have a brand new trophy to hand out this year, too. Did you see that thing?
I saw it. Super sharp,
yeah.
So I'm looking down at Heat 1 here at the 800-meter. We had 14 entries into Heat 1, and we certainly do not have that many runners out on the track. I'm trying to get some jersey colors here so I can just call out some of the ones that I see.
Collinsville has a couple of scheduled runners in heat number 2.
And we'll see some East Alton Wood River guys. See an orange that could be Lanphier.
Yeah, see Timothy looks like would be Timothy Lawson and Taven Wardine out of Wood River.
Record holder here at this event, Andrew O'Keefe from Granite City just a few years ago in 2019. Had a time of 1:53.32.
Yeah, O'Keefe was one of the
we got some pretty fast guys, a couple guys that could go sub-2, but
Yep.
don't know if we'll see anything pushing into the meet record territory in this particular meet.
What's the meet record here in this?
153.
153.32.
Wow. Yeah, I mentioned this in the 4x8. Anything sub-2 is really, really great time. Andrew O'Keefe from Granite City was an absolute stud in the 800 and the 1600.
Went on to run at SIUE,
Yeah,
I think?
yeah.
Oh.
Collinsville had, I'm going to date myself here, 2010. Dominique Manley was a
pretty good.
Was still the school record holder.
Just got inducted into the Kahok
Yes,
Sports
he
Hall of Fame
did.
in February.
Yes, he did. I think he 152.30 was the school record that he still holds in the Open 8. Went on to run at Kansas. Jayhawk from there.
We're underway, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 participants, it looks like.
So as I see some jersey numbers, we'll call out some names, I think, or jersey team names, but it was a little tough. We had a lot more entries than what appeared on the track here for Heat 1.
Maybe Antonio Pollard of Cahokia.
Cahokia, yep, looks like that's out front there. We already mentioned the two runners from Wood River, Timothy Lawson and Taven Wardine.
It looks like the field's starting to bunch back up just a little bit. Looks like your fast time, you're going to be looking somewhere in the 2:18, 2:20 range probably. See what kind of pace we're on as we approach the 400-meter mark.
Looks like some Springfield, Lanphier runners out there.
Yep. Springfield High. Pollard leading, and he's going to probably go at a decent pace here, probably in the right about the 105 range, so pretty good pace to start out with.
Yeah, we'll see if he can hold on. He brings in the season best 2:18.91.
Yeah. As it looks like one of the Springfield High runners is going to pass him up here.
First four is the easiest in the as they say.
Yeah.
You got to be able to hold on.
Last year's winner from Civic Memorial, Justice Eldridge, with a time of 1.57.7.
So saw him in the 4x8, so we'll not sure if he's running here.
I don't see his name on here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, just kind of don't want to.
Yeah, sometimes if they put him in the 4x8, they won't run the open.
Yeah.
Just, a little bit of strategy, a little bit of saving some legs here towards the end of the season.
Looks like DJ Peeler going to come through with the lead here as he comes into the final 100 meters.
Hey, sir, how are you?
Dr. Chris McCluskey in the house, coming out to enjoy some track and field action, and it'll be a 2:15 or so.
2:15, yeah.
Pretty good time for
2:14.82.
I think it was DJ Peeler, yeah. Freshman at Springfield High, sets a season's best.
Yeah, by about 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good run.
Yeah.
Here we look like we got a little bit more of a full field.
Yeah.
Yeah, top 8, all 8 guys going PR. That's
amazing.
Yeah, that's nice. That's always kind of cool to see. So
for Heat 2 of our 800 run, I'll just go through the names here that as were entered. Ethan Schimpf, senior from Waterloo. Joel Hayes from Mount Vernon. Trevor Muscop from Belleville West. Jackson Hancock from Centralia. Caden McCullough from Freeburg. Glenn Collins from CM. Marquise Penn from Cahokia. Evan Daly from Marion. Dwayne King and Joseph Nickel, both from Carbondale. Luke Mayer from Centralia. We do have 2 Kahawks in the second heat here. Cooper James and Will Slaznik, and Caleb Miller from O'Fallon First Baptist. Looks like it's pretty full out there.
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13,
Yeah.
14. So only 1 scratch compared to I think 6 in
Yeah.
the first heat. So it's all in all, I feel like the retention rate has been pretty good, generally
Yeah,
speaking. We
yeah.
haven't had too many scratches, especially in the faster heats.
Yep.
And they're going to say they're going to reset here.
Clouds have definitely thickened up.
Yeah, for sure.
Wind has picked up just a hair, but
Yeah,
not enough to be super problematic at this point.
No. American flag moving just a little bit out there. Westerly winds, southwest winds.
Yeah.
Give a little warmth and a little humidity.
We're moving right along here.
2 of the 800, we've got Chip, Hayes, Muskoff, Hancock,
We'll hit the break here, and it's already spread out pretty easily. It looks like CM runner out to the early lead once again, so that's probably Glenn Collins. We'll see what happens as
Freshmen have been placing pretty well here at this event.
Yeah.
in the second of 4 heats in the 800-meter run.
Yeah, pretty good split here between, it looks like Glenn Collins from CM and
that may be Hayes from Mount Vernon.
Yep, that's what I think so too. Joel Hayes, the sophomore from Mount Vernon.
Glenn Collins, the freshman from CM, leading here early on, just over
Collins definitely has the longer legs.
Yeah.
And come in sub 1 minute,
Yep.
so good pace so far. See if they're able to maintain that here in this second heat.
The 2 Collinsville runners come across the line through the first lap around 105, 106 in that range.
Yep. Floating around here, and we'll get helped a little bit of a helping tailwind.
Yeah, got a
Yeah, the
tailwind behind him.
backstretch, yep.
Yeah.
Glenn Collins continues to lead.
Gusting a little bit. You might be able to hear it on your microphones just a little bit.
In the third spot is we are
I think we can put away these umbrellas now.
Yeah. They keep popping them out with a little bit of sun. They all pop back open.
Yeah.
And Collins has looked great from the start. We'll see if he can hang on here through the last 120 meters or so.
Yeah, going pretty good here.
Yeah, close between first and second. We'll see if they want to kick it into that higher gear coming down this final stretch. But it looks like the freshman's going to run away with it.
Great race by Glenn Collins. 155, 156 on the clock right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to go sub 2, but could go sub 205, and it'll be about a 203. So.
Oh, and he'll set. I mean, that's he brought in a 2:11:30, so brings in PR of about 8 seconds.
Yeah.
203.14.
Yeah.
Your 2 Collinsville runner, 1 crossing the line now.
for the freshman from Civic Memorial, Ethan Shim.
CM's doing something right with the 8. That's all.
Yeah.
It looked good in the 4x8. You have another freshman that just runs great PR today.
Yeah, they've CM have done, Mississippi Valley's, produces a fair amount of talent in track, and CM have really established a niche for themselves as on the distance front.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have the sprinters to match the Mascudas and Triads,
Sure.
but they have their niche, and they do that niche pretty darn well.
Yeah.
In 6, Austin Yemnitz of Edwards.
So we're going to go ahead and move right along to our penultimate heat here.
Miller of Highland, Jonathan Jack White of Belleville West, DeMarcus Coleman from East St. Louis, Caden Kramer of Belleville
As we get our final results in here.
Yeah, Collinsville finished in 10th and 12th, I believe. Yep.
Both setting PRs.
Yeah.
I think I saw 2:15 and a 2:16 up there for Cooper James and Will Zlasnik.
All right, heat number 3 is here, and you'll find in lane number 1, Wyatt Gustafson from Rochester, Ben Perliff from Edwardsville in lane 2, James Perkins in lane 3 from Belleville East, Avery Brock from Highland in lane 4, Thomas Hess from Quincy in lane 5, Dalton Mersinger from Triad in lane 6, Austin Yamnitz from Edwardsville in lane 7, Edward Wilson in lane 8 from Glenwood. Highland has Donnie Miller in lane 9, Jack Jonathan White from Belleville West in lane 10, DeMarcus Coleman from East St. Louis in lane 11, Caden Kramer from Belleville East in 12, Lane Steinkamp in 13 from Quincy, and Alex Macias in lane 14 from Alton.
Yeah, I remember seeing that Macias name on the basketball court.
Yes.
Certainly a common name up in the Alton environs. A lot of Maciases up that way.
We come around the turn onto the home stretch. Let's get a look at our leaders. That's Thomas Hess of Quincy.
Looks like we got a pretty tight grouping
Yeah,
here.
tight group through the first 350 or so. Thomas Hess from Quincy's your lead runner out in front.
Going to come in at 101.
At just over 101 through the 400.
Big pack here still.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of a kick, it looks like maybe in Edwardsville.
Yeah.
Ben Perufi trying to give him a push here, I think.
Yeah, he's going to come through.
Yeah, he's opening up.
Coming in the final 300.
Oh, looks like I got him backwards. That's Austin Yamnitz from Edwardsville. Got the school right.
Yeah.
I think that's his teammate, maybe Ben Perufi, in third.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of decent amount of schools with orange as primary color, so you can only pick it off so well. But looks like Hess is going to try and come back a little bit here.
Going to have a good finish here.
Yep.
It'll be a matter who can stay relaxed here, keep the legs pumping the arms, close down the line.
And it's going to be right at it, but
Man, the Quincy guy just ran out of gas at the last second.
Looks like that's Austin Yamnitz. No, I had him right. I had him right.
yeah,
Sorry about that.
2:02:31 PR for the Edwardsville senior. Yeah, just a little under 0.3 of a second separating first and second there.
What was that, 2:02 what?
2:02:31.
All right. That's your leader right now, but we still have the fourth and final heat coming up. And there are about 6 guys that are under the 2-minute mark coming up in this heat as far as their personal bests are concerned. And I believe that the first 5 lanes or the first 6 lanes feature all those guys. Darius Ivy from East St. Louis in lane 1, from Glenwood High School, Van Schneider in lane 2, Hayden Lees in lane 3 from Marion. Rochester has Jack Ahrens in lane 4, Jackson Geraldini in lane number 5 for O'Fallon, and then Civic Memorial has DJ Dutton. Those all have personal bests right now under 2 minutes. After that, lane 7 has True Twyman from Triad, Joseph McGinn from Eisenhower High School in lane 8, Gavin Huff from Mascuda in lane 9, Robert Walking of O'Fallon is in 10, Hank McLean in lane number 11 from Alton. Freeburg has Zachary Duffy in lane 12. Mascuda has Leo Causey in lane 13, and Austin Corey of Waterloo High School in lane 14.
Yeah, it could be pretty impressive. We saw Schneider running the 4x8, had a pretty good run there. We'll see how he's able to do. Gone 157.97 this year, so certainly potential to see something pretty quick here today. Could see a couple of state qualifiers come out of this field.
4x200-meter relays is the event that follows this final race here in the 800 meters.
And let's see who gets out here in front as we make the break point as they work into lane 1. It's oftentimes the 8 where you can kind of gauge on the pace. Looks like it's being set East St. Louis. It's going to settle out there in front.
And maybe a kind of a yellow color. I'm not sure.
Marion, maybe? Hayden Lees?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, yellow and then maybe some navy blue on the shorts there. So, yeah, certainly possible as we make our way into the final or the first 200-meter finishing stretch here. Here in the cheers, looks like that is Lee's in first.
Well, they're still bunched up, though.
Yeah, and so you could tell guys are trying to fight to get. And I mentioned this earlier in the 4x8. You really don't want to be out there running in lane 5 and 6. You're putting more distance on yourself. But that's oftentimes you get a big pack like this, they're fighting for it.
Yeah, going to come in right at a minute or so.
Yep. That was Joseph McGinn. That was leading for a little while, but not anymore.
Yeah,
and you can already tell here, Darius Ivy's opened it up here a little bit as soon as he got across that 400-meter mark.
Yeah, he's kind of adapting the race strategy here, but it looks like McGinn. Yeah, Eisenhower. Didn't think about black and gold. McGinn making a push.
Yeah, somebody coming up
from
the
DJ
outside.
Dutton again?
Yeah.
Is that DJ Dutton who had the big finish for Civic Memorial in the 4x8? We'll see if he can kick like he did then.
Looks like Darius Ivy felt that pressure coming from behind and turned it up a notch.
Now somebody, maybe a Glenwood.
Yep, Van Schneider looks like he's trying to give it a push. Darius Ivy looks great here down the home stretch.
Running pretty well here, and looks like he's going to go sub-2. No meet record, but it'll be a
5.6 somewhere around there.
High 56s, 56.61 PR and the new number 22 mark in the state. That's 10 more points for the orange and blue.
Yep.
And you can tell it took a lot out of those guys. They're all, bent over trying to get recovery in.
8's tough.
Yeah.
It really is. It's one of those things, too. It's an in-between. You try to sometimes push milers to take a step down and run the 8, which requires a little bit more speed training. And sometimes you try to overextend 400 guys that want to then say, okay, hey, can we maybe push this guy to run an 8? Tough event for sure.
I know for Collinsville, they like having most of the time they like having their milers run 8. So I know Theo Paxton, Trey Peterson have all been state qualifiers in the 800. So
well, I was a little surprised. 156 is a good time, but typically at this meet we will see some of those more 154, 155s. Yeah, it just goes year by year like that to see what happens. Yeah. But it was a good day for it and to set a PR for Darius Ivy. And you said, what, number 22, 23?
Yeah, 22 in the state at this point. Yeah. So, definitely something. And I think East St. Louis will be 2A come sectional time. So they're going to be looking to make a push for a possibility maybe at a team state title. So
they have a few of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
and I was a bit surprised. I haven't seen, I haven't heard East St. Louis mention too many wins today yet. I really think that's the first one. I mean, we covered shot put and we covered long jump. Haven't seen as many. Top of the podiums for the Flyers today.
All right, 4x200 meter relays, 3 heats in that particular event, and heat number 1 looks like it only have 4 schools: Civic Memorial, Peoria Manuel, Father McGivney, and Marion High School. Collinsville will have a participant in heat number 2. And then we will travel on to the 400 meters at the conclusion of these 3 heats of this 4x200. Thank you all for watching. I know there's a lot of people that don't make the trip all the way to Collinsville for this event, so we have some viewers that are watching us. We appreciate you tuning in. My name is Todd Duke. On the other microphones, we have Zach Roseman and Jacob Sopiers, and I know that we're all happy that you are spending part of your Saturday with us.
Yeah, this is Todd. This is like one of the, ode to you and to Collinsville. This is one of the few meets you can get like this, and I think it really sets a good stage for what to expect come sectional and state time to see 36, 37 schools represented. So if you're checking us out today, thanks for stopping by. I know we're having a blast, and I'll tell you, it's moving right along.
Oh yeah, sure is.
We are. I know when I was coaching here, we always it got tight because Coach Frecker does such a good job with the running events and having everything set up that sometimes triple jump and high jump are still going on as we approach the last 2 or 3 running events throughout the day.
Yeah, this is the only track and field event that we cover on the Kahok Sports Network, so we always enjoy that first Saturday in May just because of this event.
So as Todd mentioned, 3 heats today of the 4x2. Heat number 1 is out on the track right now. We're going to see Civic Memorial in lane 1. Actually, they may because of the stagger.
Yeah, I think they did.
They're going to have them start in lane 3. Peoria Manual in lane 4. Father McGivney in lane 5 and Marion in lane 6. You will notice, if you're checking us out today on YouTube, that the stagger in the 4x2 is a lot bigger than what you would expect or see in the 4x1. It'll catch up. You go 4x8 going 2 laps here, so give it some time, and it'll be a good gauge on how the race is going.
Yeah. The high jumpers have to take a break so they don't get ran into. Gun is in the air. And we are off.
So again, that's Marion out there in the outside lane, and they're out in front. They've taken up the stagger and even a little bit more so. I always felt like the 4x2 was the hardest to coach the handoffs.
Yeah,
because sometimes guys get a little jacked up, but also they're dog tired when it comes to time to get to the point where you got to make the exchange. But it looked like pretty smooth here early on.
Civic Memorial in the lead. Civic Memorial is having a pretty good day out here. Big lead. No problems with the handoffs for the four schools.
Yep, and you'll see CM here starting to eat that stagger up on the outside lane of Marion.
Memorial up the middle of the track. Here come the Eagles here in heat number 1 of the 4x2. Your new leaders as we come in to the final exchange.
Check the handoff here. Nice handoff by CM. See if Marion's got the wheels here on the outside to catch him.
East St. Louis holds the record in this event from 2016. 1 minute, 25.64 seconds. And it looks like CM is going to win this heat. 1.3684.
All right, and quick aside here, we do have pole vault results finalized. So your winner in that is Robert Williams of Mascoutah with a mark of 4.16 meters, 13 feet 7 3/4 inches. Two triad knights in second and third, Parker Friedrich and Zane Meyer. Aiden Gratzel scoring some points for Collinsville in fourth. Nathaniel Moraldi of Mascoutah in fifth. Jack Stanton of Rochester in sixth. Jonathan Smith of Centralia in seventh. And Cooper Perrant of O'Fallon in eighth. Again, your winner, Robert Williams of Mascoutah with a mark of 4.16 meters.
So congratulations to him, and the field events just have to wrap things up with the discus, the high jump, and the triple jump.
Oh, we high jump are done now, too.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, just going to say, if I can, think I can get through. Yeah, I think we can. High jump wrapped up, taking the 10 points in first place, Matt Pluff from Freeburg, 1.95 meters. Second place, Devion Hill Lomax from Edwardsville, 1.95 meters. Third place, Curtis Bounds from East St. Louis, 1.9. Another tie for third. It was a Kahok, Thorpe Swat, 1.90 meters. Fifth, Caleb Harrington from O'Fallon. Sixth, Joviano Howard from Cahokia. And seventh, Jonathan Armstrong from Mascoutah. And looks like we had a couple guys tied for eighth, Isaiah Ford from Granite City and Antonio Dean from Granite City. So congrats to Matt Pluff from Freeburg. That's a new Illinois number 30 on the year, 1.95 meters or 6 feet 4.75 inches.
Yeah, pretty good mark. Of course, the meet record is absolutely remarkable.
I was here for that one.
7 feet 2 inches from Eric Thompson. That
yes.
One of the longest standing records here at the Collinsville Invitational, and
yeah, he was
a stud. 7 feet 2 is absolutely remarkable. That's a kind of an interesting story. You know what wound up becoming of him, and what happened.
Yeah,
what happened to him. But that's something that there was actually a pretty nice article written about all that. If you all want to take the time to look that up. Underway with heat number 2 here.
Heat 2 of the 4x2. That's Highland in lane 1, East St. Louis in lane 2, East Alton Wood River in lane 3, Cahokia in lane 4, Glenwood in lane 5, Rochester in 6, Granite City in 7, and the Kahawks look like they scratched.
I was going to say I don't see anybody from Collinsville.
Looks like Granite City out there in 7, and that's it. Top time here coming in today is for heat number 2 is Cahokia, 131.34.
Granite City looking like a pretty good mark here as they're going to come up to the second exchange here.
This event last year won by Edwardsville, 127.11. East St. Louis finished in second. Alton finished in third last year.
Looks like Cahokia making a push now, still pretty even. Glenwood, Granite City, and Rochester still in there. East St. Louis maybe making a little bit of a push.
Yeah, it'll get interesting here. You'll see the stagger starts to even out. East St. Louis is definitely in the mix. I think they're probably favored coming out of this handoff if I had to guess.
Yep, they're going to make a push here. East St. Louis and Cahokia many duels over the years, and it looks like there's going to be one here. Looks like the Flyers are going to hold the advantage here as we come into the final 75 meters or so.
128, 129, 130. Holy moly, that's probably about a 4-second season best.
130.60. That's like 4 seconds better than their previous best.
And if you're the Flyers, got to be. I mean, a freshman, 2 sophomores, and a junior on that relay team.
Another highlighted race for us. Marquee event is.
All right, now for the 4x2, and we've got the potential to have some. We got potentially the number one 4x2 team in the state if Mascoutah are out there. Could potentially see Edwardsville, another.
Yeah, number 9, I think, right now.
Number 9 in the state.
In their class, and O'Fallon number 10, right?
Yep. So certainly some speed here in the relays. And it should be a fun time.
And so we mentioned Mascoutah, Edwardsville, and O'Fallon. I'll quickly go through lane assignments for us here. Lane number 1, you're going to see Decatur MacArthur. Lane number 2, we mentioned Mascoutah. Lane number 3 is Carbondale. Lane number 4, Tigers from Edwardsville. Lane number 5, O'Fallon. Lane number 6 is Belleville West. Lane number 7 is Alton. And lane number 8 is Belleville East. Hello, Southwestern Conference.
Yep. You got, what is it now? 1, 2, 3, 5 out of the 7 teams.
Yep.
And, and he's still got, you got MacArthur, Mascoutah, and Carbondale as well. Maybe make a push. And
you said Mascoutah's one for?
Number 1 in the state. Not sure. Team of Y. Singletary, Smith, Creamer, and Felt running 128.07 at the at the St. Clair County Championships a couple weeks ago. So they may have made a substitution or two.
Yeah. It's always hard to tell. We talked about that, right? You're kind of picking and choosing your spots on where you want to run some guys right there. At this particular meet, it does look like maybe I heard 1 or 2 differences in the names. They turned in a 130.03, so we'll see what happens there. If I'm them, I'd love the idea of getting run against the Edwardsville and O'Fallon, who've turned in quick times, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. We'll see. Looks like we just about got everybody ready here. As we got a attempt going for the triple jump here. Probably getting towards the end of that now.
Yep.
I'm not sure if, from what I've heard, I do not think that we will see nationally ranked triple jumper Malik Allen competing. I'm hearing that, is going to obviously excess of caution. I think he competed at the Norm Armstrong invite at Belleville West, and then I don't think he's competed since, and I don't think he will. And then I think you got conference next week, and then sectionals after that. So,
and sometimes they're you're real selective at this time of the year, right? And,
I mean, no point running the risk of
100%. And
And
sometimes you even look at conference and you say, what are we doing? Do we think we can do something as a team? But it's sectional that matters, right? When that's where we're trying to hit a mark or trying to get top 2 place.
Yeah, trying to get one of those good places or meet one of those qualifying standards.
Yep.
So, it should be. And obviously the end goal is to make it to the Big Blue track up in Charleston for a state meet here in a little under a month now, a couple weeks away. So always a fun time trying to get up to Charleston for the big one.
And here we go.
All right.
Again, lane 4 and 5, Edwardsville and O'Fallon, respectively. Mascoutah in lane 2.
It looks like
pretty even here on the stagger through the first.
Looks like Edwardsville may be pulling out
slightly. Yep. Check out the handoffs here. Yep. Edwardsville looked pretty clean.
Yeah, and they're really coming hard now.
Yep.
We'll see if. Still Belleville East out to the lead on the stagger.
Yeah, Edwardsville looks great. That's Zach Lane, the junior.
Edwardsville coming hard now coming hard now as well, and it will be. And
Edwardsville's first to it, real close on second. Looked like East was there.
Yep. Edwardsville and East still looking like. Maybe Carbondale there in third. Making the push now, coming into the final exchange. And it is Edwardsville first, and then Carbondale, I think.
Carbondale, yeah.
Edwardsville coming around here. Be coming into the wind.
Yeah, he's picking up a little bit here, too. The wind is a little bit.
Yeah. It looks like Edwardsville going to make a push here. See what time we're looking at. Going to come in at a 127, higher 127 it looks like. 127.59 is your mark.
Edwardsville 1, Carbondale 2, Belleville East 3. If Edwardsville ran with those same 4 guys that they've had, that'd be a season best so far.
Yeah. For that particular grouping. And Mascoutah dropping back to 8th in the heat, so maybe
a little change of
maybe a bit of a change up in personnel, but maybe just kind of keeping everything in position for. Like you said, you got conference and sectionals.
And I don't know, I know we're a couple. Some schools' conferences are coming up this week. And then sectional obviously falls, about a week and a half or so later than that, but.
All right, that takes us to the next event, which is the 400 meters, and we have 7 heats in that one.
And actually, that's the new #1 time in the state from Edwardsville. Makados, Lane, Wilson, and Boykin. 127.59 is #1, and Carbondale break into the top 10 as well. So a very fast 4x2 meet, and that's even not necessarily running your absolute best guys. Still showcases how strong the field is, and so that'll kind of survey things. We'll do a quick team update standings. We have go through the top 10 here. Tie for 9th between Carbondale and Civic Memorial at 20 points. Belleville West in 8th at 23. Collinsville in 7th at 24.5 points. East St. Louis in 6th at 26.5. O'Fallon in 5th at 28. Glenwood in 4th at 30. Mascoutah in 3rd at 41. Trident in 2nd at 43. And Edwardsville still in 1st place at 55.
Oh!
Yep.
Going to be tough to catch the Tigers, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
We've had them penciled in as a favorite. Getting ready in now.
Pretty much do every year.
Yeah. Probably a safe bet.
Yeah, so we got another big group of guys here, 7 heats scheduled. So we'll see what happens here. So heat 1, you have Victor Smith of Lanphier, Nicholas Cordy of Maryville Christian, Jalen Carson of MacArthur, Aiden Perry of First Baptist Academy, Preston Golashevsky of East Alton Wood River in 5, Jeremy Jackson, another Lanphier line in 6th, Mackay Newman of Springfield High School in 7, and Robert Williams of Mascoutah in 8. And we're right underway here, and I think we got 1 hole.
Record holder, Darian Donald from Cahokia in 2007 with a time of 48.3 seconds.
Yes.
And right along here as we...
My favorite race, guys, 400.
Last year, the winner of this, Devin Montgomery of East St. Louis with a time of 48.81. He was a senior, so not here this year.
And Kahok's had a good one a couple years back. We've already mentioned him one time, but Jay Stewart was a 48.84 guy that holds the school record now.
Springfield High School, lone Mackay Newman.
Got a chance to run a really good time here out of the first heat. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's going to be down to about 51.21, like a 5-second PR.
Is that Victor Smith?
No.
That was Mackay Newman.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mackay Newman Smith in second.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Goes 51 in the first heat.
Yeah.
That might stand for a little bit.
It might. You guys got heat number 7. You got a couple of guys that are around 49.50. So yeah.
I thought when I saw him coming around at 2 and I looked down at the clock, man.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Great time for Mackay Newman.
All right.
All right. That takes us over to heat number 2. Jack Rodenfent from Highland in lane number 1. Landon Sanchez Vera in lane number 2 from Quincy. Father McGivney has Colin Moore in lane 3. Decatur Eisenhower has Cerrone Mitchell In lane 4, Rashad Merle from Alton is in lane 5. Anton Spates from Decatur MacArthur in lane 6. Peoria Manual has Aiden Dawson lane 7 and Jordan Moore from Quincy in lane 8. So 2 guys from Quincy running in this second heat.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. You know, we saw that 51 PRs for these guys down in the 58 range, so we'll see. We'll see if anybody can make a push to catch the really impressive time from Newman in that first heat.
And sometimes what happens with that, I notice I'm looking at the heat sheet. There wasn't a time entered for Newman there.
Yeah, saw that
and so
too.
sometimes he may not have even run the 4.
Yeah.
Now maybe all year, and they coach at a big meet like this. You throw a guy in, see how he does, and he probably just earned himself a spot on future 400s, maybe a 4x4.
Yeah. And if you could, 51, not a world-beating time
Still,
by any means,
though,
but
yeah.
I mean, you'll absolutely take somebody who can do that.
Yeah, especially in the first of 7 heats.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll tell you guys, too, as a former coach, the 400 is the hardest thing to get athletes to want to run. It's a grueling.
It's kind of a confusing distance.
Yeah, it's
because
grueling.
Because it's like it's too it's too fast for the distance guys.
Yep.
It's maybe a little too slow for the sprinters. It's kind of a weird distance, but you see the guys who really commit to it oftentimes wind up being really quite good.
Yeah. Well, we struggled even with when we had Jamarion Stewart those years back. He would run it, but it would take some convincing to get him out there to do it. It's just one of those races you literally go into just kind of complete failure. Your legs, they not to get too technical, but you talk about like lactic acid buildup. You're hitting the threshold in the 4, and it's one of those where it's really, really tough to get guys to say like, hey, I'm going to be a 400 runner. Got to be a little different up top to willingly volunteer.
It takes a certain mindset. It's not one that a lot of guys have.
Yeah.
Holding on to a pretty early lead there is, I think that's Sanchez Vera out there for Quincy. Got into a pretty good lead here. We'll see what happens as they kind of make up the stagger coming into the final 200 here.
And good for him, too. That's a tough spot to be in the open 4 if you're out there in lane 8. You got no one out in front of you. Sometimes what happens, though, is like, did you go out too quick? We'll see if he can hold on here through the final, maybe last 110.
Yeah, he's starting to slow
down a little bit here.
Yeah, making the push there is maybe Cerrone Mitchell of Eisenhower making the push here. And
yeah, he looks good down the stretch.
And we'll see what he's able to do. Not going to be in that 51 range, but going to go under a minute, right in the
56.
Yeah, 56:23. So a PR for the sophomore.
Nice.
Yeah.
56:23 for heat number 2.
So Newman still with the that first heat wound up still being pretty fast.
I'm telling you,
the
that may hold till heat 6.
Yeah.
That 51.
Even Mitchell's heat-winning time only puts him in provisional P5 if you look at the combined matchup, but still a PR. So all in all, pretty good. I think as a sophomore, you got to be pretty happy with the PR.
Yeah.
Just improving on what you've already done.
We'll transfer right into heat 3. Looks like I'll correct myself. Looks like 1 is open. So we'll start in lane 2. JT Neerman from Centralia. Lane 3 is George Oliver from Rochester. Lane number 4, Miles Silva from CM. Lane number 5 is Walker Neert from Highland. We got 4 freshmen here. Neert is a freshman from Highland. We have Anthony Tanis from Waterloo. Tyler Caruthers from Centralia is in lane 7, and Titus Williams in lane 8. Those last 4 names, all freshmen. And our top time for heat number 3 is from Miles Silva, the senior out of CM.
Yeah, see what the guys are able to do here. Probably looking somewhere in the higher 56s, you'd think.
Yep.
So we have seen some PRs, so we could see something maybe pushing down towards that 55 mark. So we'll see what happens here. And 2, 3, 4, looks like 6 might be open as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Yep. So it looks like we are without lane 6 would have been Anthony Tanis from Waterloo.
Third 7 heats. The sun comes back out just a little bit. Cloud cover still thickening. And doesn't look, like I said, no major threat of storms at this point as we're underway here. Pretty even start, I would say.
Yeah, yep.
Rochester in 3, Silva, Civic Memorial in 4.
I think we're going to see 4 and 5 here.
Yeah,
Start to go out and get, looks like that, yep.
That's maybe Nairn from Highland making the push. Still a pretty good run from Williams out there in 8, still holding the lead, is coming into the final 175 or so. And yeah, it looks like that is Nairn. See that typical red H.
Yeah. Nairn looks like he's going to get this one.
Yeah, going to come in, see where he's at here. Looks like going to be another PR in the 55, high 54 range, 55.11 PR for the freshman.
Man, so far, Makai Newman's 51.21 is looking pretty good.
Yeah, that's going to hold for a little bit, and yeah, it looks like Nairn's still only going to slide into. So the top 4 guys from that first heat are still the top 4 through 3 heats. So
isn't that a little backwards?
Yeah, well, kind of interesting how that wind up turning out. But yeah, we'll see how long that Newman's 51.21 will hold. It, I don't know if that'll win, but it's held on this far as we'll move into heat 4. We've got LaShawn Griffin of Peoria Manual in lane 1. Looks like 2's open. Bryce Kostravani of First Baptist Academy in 3. Joshua McDougall of Marion in 4. Donald Collier of Kahok in 5. Trenton Klutz of Granite City in 6. Looks like 7 might be open as well. And then you got Isaiah Elliott Barnes of Alton in 8. Looking fast times probably right around the 54 flats.
It looks like we may be without, it's like 2 and 3.
See, I got 1 DNS on the timing already, so maybe we're missing somebody. 1, I think we got 3. Yeah, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're missing 7.
Yep.
Yes, the 100-meter run is already over. Somebody's asking that question on the chat line.
Yeah. And your winner was
Samuel Elliott Barnes of Alton won that one with a time of 11.17. We have 3 more heats to go here in this 400. Then we have the 300 hurdle. So after the final 7th heat of this race, we'll take a little commercial break while they're setting up the hurdles, because that's probably the last commercial break we're going to have for the rest of the day.
Yeah, probably may be able to sneak one in somewhere, but you want to run the risk of anything. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. Looks like as we're set and ready to go.
All right, heat 4 of the 400 is off and running.
A little bit of a push there from maybe Kostravani there in lane 3.
3, yep.
Yeah, showing on for the Eagles of First Baptist Academy as he makes up the break, and we'll see how he does here. Made a quick push through the first 200 and have the benefit of the shorter path, but we'll see how he's able to do here.
Still looks good here. 400's always going to come down to just what do you have left and how much can you push down the final 100.
Yep. Kostravani and 4, that's McDougall of Marion, but Kostravani still with the early lead. McDougall going to take the lead coming in the final 25, and we're going to be looking at right about a 53. See what our official time is here. 53:23. As the top 3 all go PR for him.
Seen about a second. Yeah. I mean, on a couple of the sprints today, we've seen that too. Yeah. Second improvements across the board.
Yeah.
Do we have to say it again? That old Makai Newman is still sitting at the top of the board from heat number 1.
Still got two seconds clear of McDougall winning time, and so we'll see what he can do here. As so we'll see what happens as we move into heat 5. We have Jamal Burgess of East Alton Wood River in lane 1. Michael Cooper of Freeburg in lane 2, Mark Samuels of East St. Louis in 3, Noah Felt of Mascoutah in 4, Jack Patty of Edwardsville in 5, Brody Schramm and Jarvis Armstrong of O'Fallon next to each other in 6 and 7, and Charlie Gentman, that name sounds familiar, maybe from the soccer field, on for Triad out in lane 8.
Collinsville does not have anyone in this particular event.
No 400 guys today.
Yeah.
Well, like
is Jalik Nelson?
oh, did we?
I think maybe.
Who?
Nelson?
Us?
Yeah.
What? Where?
Heat 7 maybe?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Oh.
I don't know how I missed that. It was at the very top of the page.
All right.
Yeah, it happens.
No, it's okay. I had it circled. I tried to
Okay, I
work
got
through
you.
and see him.
All right.
Field events just got the triple jump and the discus throw that have not been finalized as of yet.
Yeah, I told you guys it's tough.
Yeah.
Those events, they take a little while, and then all your athletes are getting pulled into their running events. It's
Yeah,
it's hard.
Yeah, we still don't even have the absolute elite guys going in the discus yet. Triple jump. Malik Allen did actually participate, so we can.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens there as we move into this next heat of the 400. Looks like a pretty good run from lane 6, maybe Belleville East. They make their way into the final 200 now.
Charles Gentleman of Triad.
We come through here down the final, maybe 150 or so.
And see push in the middle from Noah Felt of Mascoutah in 4, and he's got the lead to start out as the East St. Louis runner making a push there. Some O'Fallon pressure maybe from the outside. And it looks like Felt will hold it up in a somewhere in the 50s.
Say 51.
51-28.
There you go.
And that still is not past
No.
Mackay Newman yet.
Nope. Two
It's the
more
story of
heats
the
left
day.
to go, man, and Mackay Newman's sweating it out like somebody on the golf course that's just already in the
Back in the
clubhouse,
clubhouse.
with his 63, waiting for everybody to finish up.
But nice to see the whole heat going PRs. So
Yeah.
always nice to see.
Really, really fast times.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those today, and that's obviously you want to win, but seeing everybody go out and put forth the best efforts that they can is that's always nice. That's one thing that's kind of enjoyable about high school sports.
Yeah.
Hayden Little of Marion in 5, Carson Hughes.
So we're working to Heat 6, right?
Yep.
Heat 6 here. I'll go through our lane assignments really quickly. Makari Roper, Carbondale in lane 1. Antonio Dean from Granite City in lane 2. Jordan Serafini from Civic Memorial in lane 3. Ben Wilcoxon from Glenwood in lane 4. Hayden Little from Marion in lane 5. Carson Muth from Columbia in lane 6. Micah Grusenmeyer from Glenwood in lane 7, and Dean Williams from Edwardsville in lane 8.
Haven't seen a lot of Columbia today, have we?
Yeah.
This may have been one of those cases. I don't think I've seen them at all.
Yeah.
Could be
But
just
this is a pretty good time for a smaller school.
Yeah.
52-31.
Yeah. So
Maybe get him out here and see what he can do.
Yeah, we'll see what the Meath name is pretty common down in that neck of the woods, the Millstock, Columbia, even up into Belleville a little bit. So it's there's a number of Meaths down that way, and they tend to be pretty athletic.
Well, I say smaller school too. I mean, Columbia's not tiny by any means,
No.
but compared to
Yeah,
Collinsville,
yeah.
Southwestern Conference.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. Columbia has kind of an interesting thing where the school district actually is really quite small.
Yeah, right.
Because most of, the majority of that kind of center of Monroe County winds up going to Waterloo.
Waterloo, exactly.
And then you go too far north, you're running into Dupo. You push out towards Millstadt, you're getting Freeburg and Belleville West as
Yep.
looks like CM and Marion and maybe Glenwood.
Glenwood, yep.
Yeah.
That looks like Ben Wilcoxon from Glenwood's out front right now.
See what happens as Glenwood's going to get first.
51.
See here, Bill Wilcoxon 51-45, and so now Mackay Newman can still sit there and say, well, Well, I've made it this far. I might as well win the darn thing.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do about it right now.
Yeah, no, he's just got to wait.
Yeah. 51-21. That's the time to beat as we head into the final heat of this 400-meter race. And heat number 7 features Collinsville's only lone runner in this event. That is Jalik Nelson in lane 1, Riley Freck in lane 2 from Freeburg. Cahokia has Jalen Pennington in lane 3, Belleville West and Troy McLean in lane 4. DeAndre Brown in lane 5 from Springfield High School. Maryville Christian has Jared Uri in lane 6. And lane number 7 from Carbondale High School, Ali Badillo and Calvin Nolan in lane 8 from Belleville West. Did you see what I did there in lane 7? I wasn't going to try to say that name. I just call him Ali.
Yeah, well, I think it was a smart call.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alua Palumi Badejo.
There you go. Okay.
So,
I'm pretty good at announcing sports. I'm not so good at trying to pronounce names.
yeah, you just sometimes you just have to take the educated guesses.
Yeah.
And obviously we want to get them all right, but as we mentioned before, when you got this many schools and this many athletes participating, you can't go through and verify, at least with the means that we have, can't go through and verify every single pronunciation. So
way too many athletes out here for that.
We try the best we can.
Final heat here in the 400 meters, and then we have the 300-meter hurdles coming up, so we'll take a break while they are setting up the hurdles once this event is over. Because unlike the last time, they had half of the hurdles set up because the guys all used the inside track, but on this particular event, they do not.
Yeah.
You have to stay in your lane.
All right, so we'll see what happens. You have a couple of guys that have gone sub 50 over the course of their career, but Makai Newman hoping I'm sure he's got his eyes on this one, hoping that his 51-21 from all the way back in Heat 1, it's held so far, and we'll see if it holds here in this particular instance.
Troy McLean from Belleville West has the best result of everybody in this heat with a 49.19, so you know that young Mr. Makai Newman is going to be watching this race closely.
And we'll see if maybe see if he can wind up putting a point on the board for Springfield High. If maybe if Brown can place as well, get himself in there for the mix. But see what happens here in about 50 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Couple state ranked guys here too.
Yeah.
I know Jared Uri from Maryville Christian's a 1A ranked guy. He's in lane 6. Guessing by the pace here through the first 150, I don't like our Newman's chances, but we'll see what happens down the final 200. The pace looks really good, crossing the 200 mark around 22 seconds so far.
Yeah, it's
really good pace.
Yeah, really even so far. You got maybe Troy McLean of Belleville West, favorite for the meet, and he's got the lead holding so far.
Yep.
Making a push here, and he could be maybe running sub 50.
He's going to go 47.
Yeah, 48.
Or low 48.
Right 48, yeah.
47.82. What's the meet record here?
Wow.
Is that
47.82, 400 meters, 48.3. Yeah,
that's a
new record.
Meet record.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
47.82, number 1 in the state, and that'll break into the top 100 nationally. What a run there from Troy McLean.
Wow. Great run. I could tell that first 150 or 200, his pace was really, really good. This is going to be a matter if he could hold it. He looked really strong down the last 100, too.
Yeah.
So a new meet record. That breaks the record set back in 2007 from Darian Donald of Cahokia at 48.3 seconds. So way to go there, Troy McLean. And I'll have to wait for all the things to be tabulated to find out where Makai Newman actually ended up. So eighth, okay,
is the provisional marking at this point.
All right, time for us to take a break while they're setting up the hurdles for the next event. The 300-meter hurdles is what we have coming on the other side of this commercial timeout on the Kahok Sports Network. Just because we're adults doesn't mean we don't have toys, am I right? If your adult toys consist of boats, campers, or RVs, then you need to call the GASA storage team of professionals. Winter weather in the Midwest can be quite harsh, and finding a place to properly store those expensive toys for winter can be just as rough as a Midwest winter. That's where the GASA storage team comes in. with outdoor self-storage and covered storage for your toys. They even have tractor-trailer parking. Conveniently located at Horseshoe Lake Road and 111 in Pontoon Beach. GASA Storage for the safe storage of all of your toys. Contact the GASA Storage team, gasastorage@gmail.com, or call today, GASA Storage Team, 618-797-6100. Old Herald Brewery and Distillery in Collinsville produces their own spirits and beer on site right at the restaurant. Pair that with some of the most unique menu items around the entire metro area, and you can see why they are such a hit. They can handle you and your family, or they can handle you and your group. Throw in the occasional live entertainment, and you can see why Old Herald Brewery and Distillery is a must-stop destination in Collinsville. Old Herald Brewery and Distillery, 115 East Clay Street in Collinsville, 618-855-8027, or online at oldheraldbrewing.com. Looking to buy a new home or sell your current home? Trust the Blaylock Group of eXp Realty with all of your real estate needs. The real estate market is hot right now, and you can trust the years of experience the Blaylock Group brings to the table. The Blaylock Group can help you find your dream home, or they can help you get top dollar for your current home. Give Peyton or Emily Blaylock a call today at the Blaylock Group of eXp Realty, 618-780-4622. That's 618-780-4622. The Blaylock Group of eXp Realty. Lottie's Cafe, Collinsville's hidden gem. Lottie's Cafe offers food, cocktails, and gaming in a great atmosphere highlighted by fast and friendly service. Lottie's Cafe also offers a unique menu that features soups and salads, sandwiches and paninis, pizza and flatbreads, appetizers and desserts, as well as breakfast. That's right, we said breakfast. Unique breakfast items such as a breakfast stromboli, a breakfast BLT, and breakfast burritos. Lottie's also offers creative cocktails, a wine bar, the coldest beer around, and a video gaming area for those 21 and older. And don't forget the Lottie's Cafe gift certificates. Lottie's Cafe, Collinsville's hidden gem. Check them out online at lottiescafe.com, on Facebook, or in person in the Strip next to the Walmart Neighborhood Market. Or call Lottie's Cafe at 618-223-8256. Lottie's Cafe, Collinsville's hidden gem. And once again, welcome back to Kahok Stadium here at Collinsville High School. My name is Todd Duke, Zach Roseman, and Jacob Sopiers. Also up here in the booth with us, we got a three-man crew today. That's our first time, man. We're breaking records up here, too.
That's been fun so far, moving right along.
Well, I figured out how to add an extra headset onto my little audio mixer board there. I went to Guitar Center the other day and bought a splitter for the microphone and another splitter for the headset so we can have three people up here. So maybe we might have three people doing some baseball playoffs this year. Who knows?
I was going to say, come football time next year, you'll have to let me know if you want to add another.
I tell you what, the booth's pretty packed up here during football season.
The last thing you need.
Yeah.
Sometimes, Only so much analysts.
Sometimes myself and Dr. McCluskey are like standing right next to each other here.
All right.
Especially when we have Glenn Woodcock running the camera for us. All right, we have 5 heats going on in this 300-meter hurdle. And Collinsville will have a participant in this first heat. And also in the second heat. And that looks to be it as far as the Collinsville participation goes.
All right, for Heat 1, you got Curtis Jondro of East Alton Wood River in Lane 1, Caleb Cliff of Eisenhower in 2, Lincoln Odell of Granite City in 3, the aforementioned Kahok Carter Grigsby in 4, Max Walker of Highland in 5, Tyreek Haynes of Cahokia in 6, Austin Goddard of Waterloo in Lane 7, and Darajay Cross, I remember that name from basketball, out in Lane 8 representing the Belleville West Maroons.
6 of the 8 runners in this heat are freshmen.
I told you guys, I mentioned that in the 110 hurdles.
Yeah.
Do you like getting young guys in these hurdling events? Because it's like it's about pace. It's more.
They're more limber.
And I'll tell you too, it's a weird thing. Even as spread out as the hurdles look here, you're still kind of counting your steps to the first hurdle.
Yeah.
And it's something, if you can get a young guy in that rhythm, they typically can build from it.
All right, they start over there in the far corner over by the American flag, and the end will be the traditional finish line that we've been showing you all day.
Southeast corner here at Kahok Stadium. Wind has died down just a little bit, but a little bit of light breeze.
Yeah, clouds have kind of thinned out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad off to our southwest as we're underway here.
Heat number 1 underway, 5 heats to go in this event. And then after this, we have the 1,600 meter, the 200 meter, and the 4x400 meter relay. So we only have 3 more events after this event wraps up.
Moving right along here.
Yeah, we are. Plenty of time for Derby Day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not even 2 o'clock yet.
I know. Post time at Churchill Downs is 5:57 p.m. this year.
All right, nice and late. It might be raining in Louisville at this
Yeah.
Belleville West, it looks like.
Rajay Cross looking like he's going to finish this heat first.
Come in at a 40, high 45s.
Ooh, looks like Carter Grisby. Kahawk's going to cross the line. Did he get a PR? He did.
Yeah.
Got a PR, too.
46:07, your provisional time to beat from Cross.
He didn't have a personal best before this one, so that was left blank, or either this he's never ran that event
Might have
before.
been the first time.
Yeah, could be. 300-meter hurdles is the record holder is Delano Anderson of East St. Louis in 2016 with a time of 38.15 seconds. Man.
Yeah, and he saw another East St. Louis guy, Devontae Ford, I think was his name, get down into that 39 range a couple years ago. And
yeah, they had a pair of 300 guys that were state competitive. I think they even went 1-2 one year.
Yeah. Last year, this event was won by Keyshawn Lyons of Cahokia High School with a time of 4.20.
See another Kahawk representative here in Heat 2. Daniel Gutierrez Trejo will be in lane 5. Wyatt Hansel of Waterloo will be in lane 1. Jaden Smith of Centralia in 2. Dylan Howard of Carbondale in 3. Alfonso Fletcher of Alton in 4. Talked about Gutierrez Trejo already in 5. Cordell Bond of Granite City in 6. Isaiah Crowder in 7. And Daniel Wick, no relation to John, in lane 8 representing Highland.
We're all over the movie recognition here, aren't we?
Yes.
Bond. James Bond. Nope. Cordell Bond.
All right.
Kind of didn't waste any time between heats there, did they?
Yeah, they get these going.
Yeah.
Really good pace here from Jaden Smith, I think. Oh, nope, I misspoke. That's Dylan Howard from Carbondale.
Gutierrez Trejo moving into pretty good spot so far. A pretty good hurdle has him pushing up towards maybe making a push for the win.
Yeah, he's in second right now.
Pushing into the lead, maybe, if he can get a clean couple hurdles.
Yeah, big thing you're looking for here is trying to avoid stuttering. You got to really push. Yeah, see a little stutter there from, and you lose that there. You just got to extend the stride, see if you can push through. That was better there.
We'll get second in the heat,
got
though.
second place, not bad.
Yeah, and a PR.
Alfonso Fletcher of Alton with a 44-34. So freshman, 1, 2, 3 in this heat, and all of them go PRs.
Yeah.
Looks like most of the heat's going to go PR as well.
Nice job there by the young Kahawk, though.
Yeah.
Looked really, really good. He stuttered a little bit here on the second to last hurdle, but was able to rebound, finish strong.
Yeah.
Get a season best. That's great.
All right, heat number 3 of 5 in this 300-meter hurdle has Jaden Wood of Mascoutah in lane 1, Jaden Brooks of Marion in lane number 2, John Meredith, Carbondale in lane 3, Chris Malone of Edwardsville in lane 4, Kyrian Powers in lane 5 from Rochester. O'Fallon has Andre Ado in lane 6. Civic Memorial has Ty Books in lane 7, and East St. Louis and Keyshawn Yates is in lane 8.
Yeah, moving along pretty well here. Decent crowd on hand.
Yeah.
Probably pretty good numbers compared to what we've had. And like we said, beautiful day for track. It's been a pretty fast day. So I've seen a couple number one in the state mark in the 400. So
had a meet record in the 400 meters.
Yeah. and the provisional top 5 in the country from one of the triple jumpers. We'll get you some official confirmation on those once we get the final results. Looks like they're still going over there. So, like I said, once we get the official confirmation of results, we'll forward those to you all here as soon as we get them. As runners are on the blocks, gun is in the air. We're underway.
And away we go.
We're off and running with heat number 3.
Looks like pretty good run from maybe John Meredith of Carbondale out there. Or maybe, not sure who that is actually. Pretty good run from the East St. Louis runner Keyshawn Yates. See O'Fallon and Edwardsville.
Keyshawn Yates still looking strong. From east side here out in lane 8. Getting chased down a little bit by O'Fallon. That's Andre Ado.
Yeah, he's going to take over first place, too.
And Ado will come in the 43 second range.
43.42. So right now, that is your leader with 2 more heats to go as Andre Ado, as we have 2 more heats left.
Yeah, that's kind of a neat thing as the top 4 and like 5 of the, 6 out of the top 10 are all PRs. So seems like everybody's running pretty darn well today.
Yeah.
Which is what you want. You want the best from the guys that are here as we move right along into heat 4.
It's a good running day, so to speak.
Yep.
A little bit of a breeze, a little bit of sunshine, not too hot, not too cold. I'm sure that down there in the sunshine, though, it's probably a lot warmer than up here in this press box.
On the turf, for sure. But still, I don't think you could ask really for a better
No, I don't think so either. A lot better than some of the sports I've covered this year.
Yeah, it's, had to wait out thunderstorms for baseball, and
everything's been moved around, softball, baseball. We've had some soccer cancellations because of thunder and lightning.
I was going to say it's probably been a rough couple
It has.
weeks for you guys.
Yeah.
I know the rain has just been insane. Following on Twitter and seeing how
8
many games
inches of rain in April.
Yeah, games getting postponed and moved around, trying to get them in.
Seen baseball games moved
from one place to the
Yeah,
other.
you're right.
to different venues, trying to find turf.
I was going to say it seems like right now more than ever, in baseball, you say, well, if I have one of those turf fields, we're able to get more games in. But
it's even a turf infield. I mean,
yeah.
Just trying to get it. Obviously you try to balance the cost and the fact when you get you get later in the year and it's up into the 90s.
All right, Springfield has 2 runners in lanes 1 and 2, Cameron Parson and Owen Neff. O'Fallon has Eric Smith in lane 3, Dominic Clark in lane 4 from Belleville West. Edwardsville's Caden Wilson in lane 5, Cade King in lane 6 from Maryville Christian. Ryder Spretz from Rochester in lane 7, and Elias Homier is in lane 8 from Glenwood.
Looks like Eric Smith from O'Fallon's hitting the hurdle here first. It's still him out front.
Yeah, looks like he's going to pretty much run away with this, barring any complications.
He's
got a nice stride over those hurdles.
Yeah, looks really good attacking.
No stuttering.
Yep.
Coming in the high 41s, looks like.
41.77. So now that is the time to beat as we head into the final heat. The 5th and final heat of this 300-meter hurdle features Zachary Duffy of Freeburg in lane 1. Belleville East has Willie Holmes in lane 2. Christian Kronk in lane 3 from Columbia. Muscuda has Antonio Mack in lane 4. Arion Hill from Centralia in lane 5. Dalen Donaldson from Belleville East in lane 6. Mackenzie Doe III of Glenwood in lane number 7. And Alton has Charles McAfoos in lane number 8.
Yeah, so Arion Hill was up there in the state rankings for the 110, and we could see a time down under 40 seconds. Antonio Macamascuda is going 39:29 earlier this year, so maybe not record territory, but definitely something that will definitely be contending at sectionals here in a couple of weeks.
They're all chasing Eric Smith of O'Fallon with a mark of 41.77 turned in heat number 4. And then we will move on to the 1,600 meters.
The junior from
And there are 3 heats in the 1600 meters.
I'm getting thrown off when I see O'Fallon. I'm not used to that Columbia blue.
Yeah, light
for those
light,
uniforms.
Yeah, light
I
blue
keep thinking, who am I watching?
Yeah.
Yeah, the light blue from O'Fallon is a little
Yeah.
interesting, but getting used to it. All right.
Well, they're following along in the footsteps of Major League Baseball with these City Connect jerseys, right?
Yeah.
They're some of them are pretty nice. And
Some of them are ugly as all crap, man.
Yeah, some of them were definitely maybe could have left those in the concept stage.
Yeah. I'm like, what is Boston Red Sox doing wearing yellow?
Yellow, yeah, I saw that.
Battle up in the middle between Mack and Hills. Early on, Antonio Mack out to a great
Yeah,
start.
Antonio Mack looks really good in lane 4.
In lane 4.
Coming out to a pretty good start. Maybe Arion Hill giving him a little bit of competition.
We'll see what will happen here through the final 3. Gotta keep attacking. But Hill looks good here through 2 left.
There's going to be
He
a race
closed
there
it.
between Hill and
It's gonna
Mack.
come down to the last hurdle.
Yeah.
Hill will
Ooh.
sub 40 looks like.
Mack wins it.
Ooh, 39.92.
Just outside of his season best, or at least the time it was turned in here. Hill in second.
All right, does not take very long to remove the hurdles as it does to put them down, so we won't have enough time to take a commercial break. We only have 3 events left. 1,600 meters is next, followed by the 200, and then the 4x400 meter relay will close out the day here at Collinsville High School. So Antonio Mack well, I can write that down right, Todd.
Get some team scores to you as we'll go to top
Antonio Mack
at the moment
of Mascuda
with 20 points Civic Memorial. 9th place
with a time of 39.92. Wins the 300 meter hurdles. And now time for the 1,600 meter run. That record is held by Patrick Perrier, or Perrier, I don't know which one it is, of O'Fallon, who set the record back in 2014 of a time of 4 minutes, 07.51 seconds. Last year, this was won by Columbia. And Ethan Hogan turned in a time of 4 minutes, 12.82 seconds. Got these little no-see-em bugs running around up here, man. All right, and as I mentioned, I believe I mentioned already, the 1,600 meters is 3 heats. And that's a lot of runners, 19 of them on my list here. Joseph McGinn from Eisenhower in lane 1. Cleason Miranda in lane 2 from Granite City. Lucas Schmidt from Springfield in lane 3. Brady Marshall of Freeburg in lane 4. Anthony Jackson of East St. Louis in lane 5 next to his teammate Cortez Sanders. Chase Massey and Hayden Burns are on 7 and 8 from Carbondale. Levi Huber from Glen Carbon is in lane 9. Caden Lamb in lane number 10 from Centralia. Eisenhower High School has Michael Porter in lane 11. Evan Baker from East Alton Wood River in lane 12. A couple of guys from First Baptist High School out of O'Fallon, Illinois in lanes 13 and 14. Cahokia has Jamarcus Agnew in lane 15. Jacob Case from MacArthur High School out of Decatur in lane 16. Lane 17 and 18 are both from Lanphier High School in Springfield. Raphael Kennedy and David Depper, and Timothy Lawson of East Alton Wood River is the last man standing in lane number 19. Everybody's standing up at the start/finish line. 1,600 meters. 4 times around? 4 times. And heat number 1 is underway.
All right, we have heat 1 of 3 in the 16. 1600-meter run, Joseph McGinn.
Heat 1 of 3. I'll be back here Monday night. Little girls soccer action. It's senior night. Olivia Johnson's the only senior, so we only have one senior to honor Monday night against Father McGivney.
Short ceremony.
Yeah, it will be. I already did my interview with her, seems like months ago. I was tabbed for jury duty for this coming week, but I checked in yesterday and I don't have to report. I was going to throw a whole kink in my schedule, man, because I have 2 softball games and a baseball game scheduled for this week, and if I would have had jury duty, I wouldn't have been able to do those.
Yep.
So I'm kind of glad when I logged on yesterday and found out that I did not have to report. All right. Coming around after the first of 4 laps is Joseph McGinn of Eisenhower High School in the lead, so still 3 more laps to go, so can't bank on that right now.
Moving right along here as McGinn's off to a pretty early 15-meter or so lead at this point.
Yeah, he's got a pretty substantial lead out there early on. Question is can he keep it up?
Yep, that's this is the 1600. I feel like is it's kind of a between this and then I would say maybe the 4x4 is probably the question for my favorite event, because you kind of have the there's definitely a strategic element that I mean the 100 let's say the 100 meter, it's great and all, but at the end of the day you're just running as fast as you can in a straight line.
Sure.
There's no I feel like there's a better strategic element that comes with the longer events and the relays. Not that the 100's bad, of course,
No, but
I mean, obviously they're doing stuff that I couldn't dream of doing, but it's just for my personal preference.
No, I understand, and I think you hear a lot of you'll see a lot of coaches following distance run, in the 3200 and in the 1600, trying to let them know, hey, where you're at in your pace, right? So when we're finishing, kind of where you're at, do I got to pick it up, or can I maybe, take downshift a little bit and sort of settle in, lengthen my stride a little bit. So I think you're right. I think it does require a little bit more strategy when it comes to kind of what my pace is, where am I putting myself, and really what's my goal, what am I trying to do with this race.
Yeah, because, at this point, not only are you racing the other guys on the track with you, you're also racing against yourself.
Right.
And against the, against the clock and the qualifying standards set by the IHSA.
Right. Well, and we're in heat 1 of 3 right now, but heat 3 we do have, a 4:15 turned in, a 4:20, a 4:23. So we're going to see some really, really quick times when it comes to heat 3. Yeah. A minute faster than what we anticipate seeing here in heat 1.
Yeah, McGinn just sort of plugging along here. Still seems like he's going at a relatively comfortable pace as looks like that's Chase Massey of Carbondale behind him. Or at 9. This comes the bell up at about 3:39. So, kind of holding, looking at somewhere in the 5:15-ish range, which is about where we thought it would be.
It's always curious to see. We talk about this a lot when it comes to distance runners, and someone like Coach Frecker can explain this a little bit more, but you don't want too much left in the tank in the 16, but you also don't want to be nothing left in the tank, right? So that's part of the strategy too, is what's your kick look like, and can we exude that effort earlier on in the race and try to get a better time versus trying to rely just on the kick at the end. We're at 4:20 right now, about 150 meters left. I think we're going to be close here to that 5-minute mark. It looks like the best time turned in today for Joseph McGinn was 5 minutes flat.
Yeah, so he can go 5 minutes flat, and he's going to be probably in that range here now, coming into the final.
And we're going to get a PR, I think.
Yeah, 25 meters going to come in.
10-second PR.
Yeah. Coming in at a 4:49. Yeah.
Good, great run from Joseph McGinn. 4:49.43.
Yeah, good 10 seconds.
Yep.
Off of his previous personal.
Looks like we'll have three guys go sub 5 minutes in our first heat, and lots of season bests and PRs, which I mentioned before we've seen a lot of today, and that's what we, obviously you want to see the really impressive things, but seeing everybody get better is nice to see as well.
Yeah, track's an interesting sport, about that. As someone who's coached a lot of different sports, it's one of those, you throw this in there with cross country too. You're just trying to get better every time out. And it's hard to say that. And I coach football as well. It's like, well, we have a score, right? We're trying, we got one opponent we're facing.
Yeah.
We need to get more points than them. Track's unique in the sense that every time you come out, you have a chance to get a little bit better. That's why that mental side of it comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Heat 2 and Heat 3 have a Collinsville participant. And Heat number 2, just moments away from getting on as
last couple of guys finish things up here in our first heat.
Yep.
I think
Looks
that's
like
that's
Jacob Case
and David Depper are going to be your final finishers here. Looks like we had 3 scratches, so that's 16 finishers. And we're going to move right along to our second heat.
Second heat has 17 participants. Noah Gallivan of Alton in lane number 1. Mark Razan of Freeburg in lane 2. Tulio Zampiri of Civic Memorial in lane 3. Andrew Latham of Muscuda in lane 4. Reed Steiner of Quincy in lane 5. Mason Daly from Glenwood in lane 6. Joel Hayes of Mount Vernon in lane 7. Lucas Jensen of Muscuda in lane 8. Thomas Hess of Quincy in lane 9. Miles Vinhouse of Triad in lane 10. Anthony Tillman of Belleville West in lane 11. Alton's Ben Helfrich in lane 12. Kyle Cooley of Belleville East is in lane 13. Collinsville has Chase Cummins in lane 14. Belleville West has Nicholas Rossi in lane 15. Liam Boving in lane 16 is from Father McGivney, and Springfield High School's Maxwell Jedlika is in lane number 17 to round out your 17 participants in heat number 2.
Yeah, Rossi, I think he won that first heat in the 32, so
Yep.
Not too many guys doing both, but Rossi is. We'll see how much he's got left in the tank here for this 16.
I would assume we got a cross-country guy.
Yeah. Probably.
Because 2 mile and a mile is just one, getting out and going for a nice jog.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the events that Trey Peterson usually runs in, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys. He's typically a miler, right?
Yeah.
8 and 16 has been
Okay.
kind of his bread and butter. And I think we'll see Andrew Gonski in the next heat as the next representation, set to continue his collegiate career at Truman State. Is that correct?
Oh, nice.
I think so.
Yeah. Move on and run at the Division 2
level, yeah. In the same conference as McKendree, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it sounds right. They're in the GLVC with got Illinois Springfield and
Quincy and GLVC.
Yeah, QU, University of Indianapolis, a couple other schools in that sort of range. SIUE were in that conference for a number of years before they moved up to the Division 1 level. So it looks like number 10.
Looks like they still have about 17 guys lined up out there for the triple jump.
Yeah, triples. I just looked, Todd, to try to see if some preliminary results, and there were still a lot of guys that were looking to jump.
Yeah.
We might not have a final for that before we get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, don't know how late we're going to want to push it. Hopefully they can get it finished up before too long. Don't want to wait around here.
Well, we'll have the final result of who won that one, I think, over there on the recap.
Yeah.
On the Kahok Sports Network's Facebook page.
No, and that is a little bit of a separation here from.
Is that Granite out front, or
it could be a Gallivan, or maybe a Springfield High Runner.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I have to look at the number as they come around.
We'll verify for sure here. That is.
That's actually Alton.
Oh, so yeah, that is Noah Gallivan.
Yeah.
All right. Come in with about a 15-yard lead or so over the Glenwood runner. Got a CM guys. It seems like in every distance event we got a CM guy.
Throw
up
him
towards,
in. Yep.
We got a CM guy up towards the front. Coming to the halfway mark at about 2:20.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, Gallivan's previous best was 4 minutes 40.42 seconds.
right at about that pace so far.
Yeah.
Mason Daly
Looks like he's
He opened it up here a little bit too.
yeah.
moves up into the second position. Gallivan
Maybe the
and
gap a
Daly
little smaller, being
in
closed by that
third
Glenwood
place.
runner.
Yep, and that's Mason Daly from Glenwood, trying to stay in the mix. And as we mentioned, Tulio Zampiri from Civic Memorial back there in third.
Civic Memorial.
Yeah, it seems like most of the front of the field is kind of the mid-pack all kind of grouped together. No guys really falling off the pace so far as we come into the final 600 meters.
As they come on to the
Gallivan
home
still
stretch,
holding on to the
Gallivan
lead,
continues to
but
lead.
Daly
Jockeying
closed
on
it
the
down now to
second place
about
is Mason Daly.
5 meters and closing in now.
Zampiri
Yeah, it looks like by the time they get around this first turn over here, he's probably going to be in first.
Coming to the bell lap at 3:32.
It's a really quick, pretty quick pace there on that third lap. We'll see what happens.
Daly going to make his way around now at about 300 meters to go now.
Always one of those things is where you want to pick your spots. You know, he chose here,
Yep.
try to get out in front, but now you're seeing a little bit of push again from Gallivan.
Yep, he's going to retake the lead
Yep.
coming into the final 200 meters.
Gallivan said, I don't want to see your backside
Yep,
anymore. I'm out of here.
Let me get up back up front.
Going to keep moving now, but now we'll see, did he maybe make the push too soon?
Daly in second. That's CM's Tulio Zampiri.
Gallivan's stride looks really great.
Yeah.
Opened it up here for sure in the last 250 or so.
Yeah. See if Daly makes a run back at him.
He's going to have to get cooking here if he wants to get to his season best, 440.
He's going to make it close at the end, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to get in there. 4:30 could be seen in the 38, 37.
37.
4:37.77.
He will win in a time 4:37.77. Daly's 4:38.
So a couple of seconds better than his previous best.
In third.
Zampiri third, Thomas Essa Quincy fourth, and Lucas Jensen and Mascuda 5. And see the rest of the field come in now as making a push there at the finish. Belleville Western are going to make it interesting.
So the time to beat right now is that set by Noah Gallivan in the second heat of 4 minutes 37.77 seconds as we approach heat number 3, the final heat.
All right, that's heat 2 in the
And that will feature Dylan Nelly of Marion High School along with his teammate Makai Lomax in lanes 1 and 2. Dylan Ybarra from O'Fallon in lane 3. Landon Harris in lane 4 from Granite City. O'Fallon High School has Zach Tommen in lane 5. Justice Elridge of Civic Memorial in lane 6. Edwardsville has Gavin Rogers in lane 7. Kyle Kern in lane 8 from Waterloo. Ethan Hogan in lane 9 from Columbia. Highlands Dallas Mancinas is in lane 10. Triad has Drew Twyman in lane 11. Rochester has Jack Aarons in lane 12. Chase Cooley in lane 13 from Belleville East. Waterloo has Tyler DeValder in lane 14. Andrew Gonski from Collinsville in lane 15. Glenwood's Will Padzia in lane 16. Christian Knobloch from Highland in lane 17. And Colin Thomas from Edwardsville in lane 18.
I tell you what, this has as much star power as you're going to have down this way. Dylan Alley, I believe, was your cross-country state champion. Lots of high-placed guys here in this 1600. You're going to be looking at probably
Jack Aarons of Rochester, Chase Cooley of
in a second here.
East, Tyler DeVilder of Waterloo.
Yeah, you got number 1 in the state, number 3 in the state, number 9 in the state.
Yeah.
So, that's the 32, excuse me. For the 16, you got well, number 10 in the state. So
Okay.
maybe not quite as elite of a field, but definitely some guys that are, kind of the pick of distance runners here in Southern Illinois.
Yeah, you see Dylan Nailey at 4:15:48 this year. I mean, for if you're casually viewing and you're unsure, I always kind of look at the mile and say a good 400 time is a minute.
Yeah.
And Dylan Nailey's stacking 103s, 63 second 400s on top of each other. And this is going to be a good one here.
Yep.
Ethan Hogan in lane number 9 from Columbia won this event last year with a time of 4.1282. And also Dylan Ybarra from O'Fallon, who is out there running as well in lane number 3, came in second place last year in this event.
So you had a couple guys that maybe haven't run quite as quick this year, but we have the former winner out here still in the mix.
Yeah.
So, like I said, this is going to be a good one here.
It's already starting to string out.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But definitely a noticeably quickened pace as I think that's Nally moving into the lead, coming into the
It is.
300 meters in mark.
And that's
Justice Eldridge in
Justice
second
Eldridge.
place from Civic Memorial. But here comes the rest of the group. They're closing in on second place real quick.
Man, the pace set by Nally through that first lap.
Kind of come in at 101.
We really went out and got it.
Yeah, and we'll see how long he can keep something like that going. Now the question now is in regards to maybe pushing towards the, absolutely rapid 4:07 and change meet record that we have here is, can he have somebody that can push him a little?
Yep.
And it looks like.
Well, you'd be surprised sometimes a guy sees that number, right?
Yeah.
He sees the meet record and says, maybe I'll, what can I do? I would say through the first 600 meters here or so, it looks really strong, and he's created about a, 25 meter lead out in front.
Yeah, really pushing at it, 101.35 through the first 4. We'll see what he's able to do here. Looking maybe.
Who do we have in?
That's
is that Columbia?
Yeah, I think that is Hogan.
That is. That's who Todd mentioned earlier was the
defending
champion here at this meet. He came in today with a 4:29.93.
Yeah, 2:04 through halfway, so
he's about on pace for that 4:15 mark. I mean,
yeah.
We'll be curious to see if he can pick up the.
If he can push it a little, you can maybe even be pushing towards that. Maybe pushing into that 4:10 mark.
Yeah.
We've got some guys watching here. Doesn't look like he's pushing all that hard, but he's definitely going really, really quick.
I don't think anyone's going to beat Nally. The race right now is for second and third.
Yep. Back there in second, as Todd mentioned earlier, last year's champion Ethan Hogan from Columbia, and behind him,
maybe Kyle Kern of Waterloo. Kind of hard to tell. We'll get a better read as they come into the front stretch.
And that may also be Dylan Ybarra.
Yeah, I think Ybarra's in fourth.
Third, I think, right now.
Yeah, I think that's
There's that Columbia Blues throwing me off again. I'm looking for
Navy.
Yeah.
And he's coming in now, and we could
it's
be
a good pace.
maybe
this
pushing for that meet record as he's going to come in at.
I mean, he's going to have to go sub 60 here the last 400, but he looks really strong. I think we'll be able to tell around with 250 left if he's really going to try to shift into another gear.
Yeah, second and third being fought out by last year's first and second place finishers.
Yep. And it does look like Ybarra's making a little bit of move here, closing the gap with Ethan Hogan.
Oh yeah, he's about to catch him and pass him.
Yep.
Yeah, coming now into the final 3:35. We'll see what he can do here. I'm sure the crowd will will him on if it's going to be close.
He's going to have to go about a 30-second 200 here.
Yeah. And he seems like he's likely
but
to stride a little.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely turning.
Yeah.
And he's going to see the clock here and think maybe he's got a chance. Going to be tight, though.
Yeah.
Dylan Nally.
I'd guess 4:12 or so.
4:04, 5, 6. There goes our meet record. But it will be a 4:10 and change.
4:10 and 17.
Which number 2 in the state and 52nd in the country.
Wow, good run by Dylan Nailey. And there was no doubt there, right? I mean, he at 250 meters, he put it into a different gear and really not really a race from there.
Yeah. mean,
And I think Makai Lomax from Marion, did he slide up there and get
he got third.
Third,
He
yeah.
got Hogan for third. Yep.
really strong final 150 or so?
Yeah.
Probably one of the fastest fields that we've
Yeah, that
seen
was a
in
very
1,500
fast field.
here.
Yeah, top 5 all going top 50 in the state. So,
Yep.
and 4 of those are in the top 20. So,
All right, we move along. Only 2 events left, 200 meter and the 4x400 meter relay. So the 200 meters is next, and there's 7 heats in this 200 meter. And the first heat features Rome Wallace of Highland in lane 1, Malachi Cooper in lane 2 from Marion. Maryville Christian has 2 teammates next to each other, Nathan Red in lane number 3 and Christian Malone in lane number 4. Jack Gould of East Alton Wood River in lane 5, Dylan Beadle of Highland in lane 6, and Julian Garcia of Decatur MacArthur is in lane 7. And the record holder is none other than Jamarian Stewart from Collinsville, who set the record back in 2019 of 21.34 seconds. That's fast.
yeah.
Fun kid to coach.
Yeah.
Easy kid to coach.
Yeah.
He was always happy, man. Always had a smile on his
yeah,
face.
Man. One of my favorites. One of
Yeah.
my favorites.
Even in, even in 7th, 8th grade,
Mhm.
first, because I was in that same graduating class as Jay. It kind of sucks. The pandemic may have robbed him of
Yeah,
a legitimate shot at maybe multiple state titles. So
Well, and he was running too. It was just one of those times. It kind of depends on who also is there. He was a really good. Jay was a really good 100 and 200 runner, and it was at the same time as Marcellus Moore, who was
For,
at Plainfield North
yeah.
at the time, and Marcellus was
yeah,
in recent history one of the best sprinters in the state of Illinois.
what Tony Holler's been able to just churn out
sprinters, yeah.
talent for decades
Yeah.
now at this point up at Plainfield North, and it doesn't seem like they've shown any sign of slowing down up there.
And Marcellus went on to run played football at Purdue, and then I think this year transferred actually, and he's running at the University of Texas.
Yeah.
So I mean, that gives you an idea what that talent pool was like
the
when Jay was.
the athletic capabilities there, and of course, Jay running now at the Division I level. So.
Yeah.
Still about 12 or 13 jumpers deep over there for that triple jump.
Yeah, it's just trying to finish everything up. Still waiting on discus too, though. I think.
Yeah, I was just.
I see 3 throws.
Seems like we're
for most.
We're getting to the the higher level guys.
Yeah.
Say Epinessa's gone over 180 feet already, so we're definitely getting into the upper echelon of those discus guys. So. We'll see if Havermill can put one good throw up there and maybe put himself in contention for the double.
Already won the shot put, did Devin Habermill of Collinsville. 16.48 meters.
Yeah, not pushing out towards the up over 60 feet, which would be probably 17, 18 meters for the meet record, which is absolutely ridiculous.
I'd have to look. Was that Sam Sykin from Carbondale?
Yeah,
was that who that was?
Yeah, anything over 55 is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything over 60 is you're winning a state. You're definitely in the short list for state title contenders.
Yeah.
Last year, this event, the 200 meters, was won by Devion Montgomery of East St. Louis with a personal record of 21.81.
Got a close one to that today from Samuel Elliott Barnes, Todd. He turned into 21.83 is the top time today in the 200.
Yeah, it puts him in Elliott Barnes currently in 8th in the state. Fastest mark in the state is 21.54 from a guy from Oak Park River Forest up in the Chicago area. So we'll see what kind of pace we're able to see. We've seen some real fast times here so far today, and we'll see what we can get here in the getting towards the thin end of things now, just past 2 o'clock, moving right along here. And
yep.
Yeah, it's been a good day. Always a fun time getting to come out here. Don't get to see a ton of high school track, but as a once a year thing, it's a neat change of pace. Isn't it, Todd?
Oh yeah, I like coming out here for this.
Yeah, it's usually not a super long day,
This is probably the longest we've had because, like I said, last year we had 27 schools. This year we've added 10 more.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why we had so many heats.
Yeah, longer. It seems like we haven't had really any delays. Just kind of going one event into the next.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you guys too. Sometimes you get these big meets, and it's like 5 and 6 o'clock before. They get done. Coach Frecker does a really good job of making sure we're going.
It's just.
'Cause I know at Belleville West Big Invite. Sometimes we're not running the 4. We wouldn't be running the 4x4 till 3:30.
Yeah.
And we're going to be sort of near that, but about an hour ahead of time.
Yeah.
Just moving right along, and
seems like we have a bit of a delay here, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, not sure. Seems like we got pretty close to a full complement out there. I don't know if they're waiting for something, but it looks like we're about ready to go now.
Yeah.
Out there in that far corner.
A gentleman standing on the ladder with the pistol in his hand still hasn't raised it yet, so we're not as close as we would like to be.
We ran through the field for this first heat, so we'll see where things wind up going. I mean, we could have a Mackay Newman situation where you could see a guy from the first heat
finish in top 8.
Yeah, put something down and wind up, contending for some team points. So
Collinsville has 2 participants, and they're both running in heat number 6. Jalik Nelson and Armaria Rogers Parrott.
Yeah, so at this point, take the time to cover quick through 14 scored events. I'll do a quick top 10 points breakdown. Carbondale in 10th at 25 points. And actually, I'll hold off on that as we're underway.
We'll have some time between this one and the next one, I'm sure.
Yep.
Here comes heat 1,
all right.
7 and 200.
Doesn't take long.
Nope.
Red, Malone,
East St. Louis runner and a Highland runner. Actually, that's MacArthur.
Yeah, MacArthur out there in Highland.
And
Dylan Beadle.
Looks like he's going to take heat 1.
looks like heat 1 goes to lane 6.
23.81.
All right, now I'll go through that top 10 here. 10th place is Carbondale at 25 points. Collinsville and East St. Louis tied for 8th at 26.5. Marion in 7th at 30. Chatham-Glenwood in 6th at 35. Belleville West in 5th at 40. Dryden 4th with 43 points. O'Fallon just 1 point ahead with 44 in 3rd. Mascoutah in 2nd with 51 points. And Edwardsville in 1st place with 56 points. So not out of it yet, but until somebody can get past them, it's still the Tigers' meet to lose. And right now with the provisional leaders in both the triple jump and discus, Edwardsville may be able to just pretty well ice it here, depending on how those go.
All right, heat number 2. Nevin Curry in lane 1 from Eisenhower High School. Granite City's Amir Rogers, In lane number 2, Kevon Flanagan in lane 3 from Civic Memorial. First Baptist of O'Fallon has a freshman in Camden Mossman in lane 4. Titus Williams in lane 5 from Eisenhower. Rochester's David Cates in lane 6. Freeburg has Caden Anderson in lane 7, and Peoria Manual High School has Bryson Daly in lane 8. Haven't said the word Rochester in a while.
Yeah,
just a couple of races they've been in.
Yeah, it's it just seems like they've always, they brought most everybody. I mean, obviously, you hear Rochester, the main sport you think of is football with the institution that has been created by Derek Leonard down there, as he's won how many 8 state titles now in the past 15 years or so. So yeah, pretty good here as we're about ready to get going. Looks like we may have a couple of scratches for this heat. Don't see too many guys down there.
Yeah, kind of hard to tell from this angle, man, because there's a lot of the guys that have yet to race are standing out there. The guys holding on to their starting, what do you call those things?
The blocks.
The blocks, yeah.
You got the triple jump crowd down there too. So
I mean, I'm only seeing 3 athletes, I think, on the track right now. But maybe I'm.
Yeah, I think 3 is what I can tell. Maybe Cates from Rochester, and then maybe Amir Rodgers from Granite, and then maybe Flanagan from CM.
Yeah. All right. Gun is in the air. Looks like they're about set. I think we only have 3 runners in this one.
Yeah.
Less competition, right?
Yeah.
And we are off. No, there's 4. Yep.
Yeah, 4.
Didn't see the other guy standing over there by the gate.
Looks to be a pretty competitive field.
Number 2 of the 2. Coming around the turn, 4 home.
Gonna be tight there.
Yeah, looks
Looks like Amari Rogers. Amir Rogers, excuse me. And Amir Rogers is gonna run away with this one.
Coming at a 24.
24.18.
Which puts him into, actually Beatles 2381.
Yeah, 2381 holds right now.
Starting to see, I mean, the flag's moving about the same, but you are getting a little bit of kind of a crosswind, I'd say.
Yeah, not really much kind of pushing directly in line.
Yeah.
So, but definitely something that in an event like this you're kind of thinking about. You know,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming off the curve, and then, you know, you're looking at this. You're getting a little something now. We're starting to work through.
Yeah, all right. For this third heat, we are scheduled for 8 guys. Got Terrell Flowers of East St. Louis in 1, Bryce Costrovani of First Baptist Academy in 2, Jason Percy of Quincy in 3, Adrian Garis of CM in 4, Evan Robertson of Marion in 5, Dimitri Jefferson of East St. Louis in 6, Antonio Silsimena of Springfield High School in 7, and Chase Word of Freeburg in 8. You're going to be looking probably in the higher 24s for your fastest time here if some guys are able to go at or near their PR pace. Looks like we got pretty more filled up field here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Close to being all 8, I think.
Yeah, I think you got 6 or 7, maybe a hole. Don't know if we have anybody in lane. Oh, 1, 2. Looks like 3's empty. So no Jason Percy, but guns in the air. We'll find out here in a second.
Heat number 3 of 7 in this 200-meter race. And we are off.
Yeah, looks like we do have 1 hole. East St. Louis runner off to a pretty good start.
I was just about to say that. Looked really good out of the blocks.
Now we got a Marion guy in the middle.
Yeah, Evan Robertson in a race with Demetria Jefferson. That's going to be close all the way to the finish there.
Looks like Jefferson's going to get it.
Yeah, looks like barely.
Mid-24s.
24.50.
Yeah, 24.5.
24.50 to Evan Robertson's 24.72.
So right now, Dylan Beatles 23.81 still standing.
Yep. Yeah, I did have a bit more of a helping wind. The plus sign for the wind is a tailwind, right? Is that how that works? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, positive sign is a tailwind, negative sign is the headwind. So yeah, going into a bit more of a headwind than we've seen. So
yeah, that's what I thought. I could see that flag moving a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not ton, I would imagine.
No, not enough to
not to just you know,
invalidate
yeah.
anything. But all right. So heat 4, we've got Heartless Holman of Cahokia in lane 1, Elisha Gilbert of Manual in 2, Jarvis Armstrong of O'Fallon in 3, Taden Branscombe of Belleville East in 4, Kamarion Bratton of Centralia in 5, Trayden Humphrey of Quincy in 6, Jacob Greco of Springfield High in 7, and Cameron Reed of Muscuda in lane 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we have all 8 guys.
Full field here.
Yeah, full field.
Yep.
Chick-fil-A sandwiches for half off.
Maybe take a second to check, see if we've got, looks like triple jump's getting towards the end, and can't tell where discus are at from here, but think they're probably close to done.
I'll take a look here and see.
Yeah. Gun is fired.
Here we go with Heat 4. Holman, Gilbert, Armstrong, Branscombe.
A pretty good run from Holman out on the far outside. Gonna see a Belleville East guy, looks like, coming in, but it looks like Holman's still gonna hold on to the lead. And it'll be probably the Belleville East runner, so Branscombe coming in with a 23.2, which does put him into the lead. As the wind died off, no wind really to speak of, so able to produce some faster times.
Next up, we're ready for Heat 5. Latuan Everidge.
Yeah, we got Heat 5 coming up. We have Latuan Everidge in lane 1 from East Altonwood River. Corian Keene from Carbondale in lane 2. DeMontez Bush from Granite City in lane 3. Coriante Midget from Cahokia is in lane 4. Colton Ladage from Glenwood in lane 5. Isaac Heidelberg, freshman from Belleville East, is in lane 6. Jace Nelson from Columbia is in lane 7. And Jacob Roof from Glenwood is in lane 8. I'm looking across the track to see if we have a full field, and the only one I don't see,
maybe 2 or 3, maybe Carbondale.
1. I think I see Carbondale.
Oh, no, so I'm thinking about the wrong way, so maybe 6?
Yeah, it's either 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I think we are without lane 7.
Yeah, no Jace Nelson.
No Jace Nelson from Columbia. But besides that, we'll see
I think we got pretty
the rest
close
of the
to
field. Yeah, 7 of 8 entries,
You're in this
at least from our end.
Yep.
Too far away for me to tell.
It's always a little bit of an educated guess.
And fastest time for Heat 5 comes from Coriante Midget, the junior from Cahokia. He's in lane 4.
23:29. Guns in the air. And we're underway.
Heat 5, 2 more heats left after this one. And we'll move on to the 4x400 meter relay. Final event of the day.
Coriante got a pretty good jump, but looks like it's DeMontez Bush and Isaac Heidelberg from Belleville East, but here now comes from the middle, Glenwood.
And it looks like...
Maybe it's Midget.
It is Midget.
See? And
Yeah.
23:39.
Fell off a little around the 100-meter mark, but he gained his composure, got back to it, started churning.
Yeah.
Right now, Taden Branscombe's 23:20 is the time to beat with 2 more heats left. And this next heat features a couple of Collinsville kids. You have DeMarzion Graham in lane number 1 from Carbondale. Roxana has Owen Weinecke in lane number 2. Collinsville's Jalik Nelson in lane 3. Mascouta's Raphael Smith Jr. in lane 4. Sam Owens from Decatur MacArthur in lane 5. Michael Sutton, or is that McHale? McHale Sutton in lane 6 from Belleville West. Amari Parrott Rogers in lane 7 for Collinsville, and Centralia's Kaverick Bratton is in lane 8. And those are your 8 runners in heat number 6, providing that they're all here.
I'm taking a look right now, and the only one I don't see out there with blocks is lane 2. 2, I think, is open, which I haven't seen any Roxana today.
Yeah, maybe they're not here.
Yeah, maybe they were.
One of those ones that.
Yeah, there were 4 schools that didn't make it. There was
Yeah,
41 on the list. We ended
Okay.
up with 37.
Yeah, I don't recall anyway seeing any
Man, neither do
shells on the list.
I haven't seen any Shells clothing out here either.
Nope.
Nope, none of that. The red, yellow, and blue. It's not
Unique
too
color
too,
combination.
Yeah, not too difficult to pick Roxana out. Of
Well, in their
crowd.
football uniforms, I think they were black too.
Yeah,
so it was
black with
black, blue, red,
yellow.
and yellow.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going on, but hey, they were good enough that they
you don't want to go wrong
wear
with
whatever
this.
you want.
Yeah,
Who-
you can go out there wearing
Who am I to critique?
neon. Yep, and you go out there wearing neon purple, whatever you want to wear. If
Yeah.
you're gonna, make it to the state semis.
And I think now I'm
They've,
seeing lane 7 actually.
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I don't see lane 7 either, which is actually was Amari Rogers-Parrott
Yeah.
from Collinsville.
All right, going in the air.
All right, heat number 6 is underway.
Ooh.
And nice run there.
Jalik had a good start.
Yeah. See what he can do here. And it looks like going to be pretty
All right,
competitive
now
here.
Smith Jr. from Mascuda.
Looks real strong. He's got a chance to be a pretty good time here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe in that
22 something, 22.50.
22.50,
Wow.
yep.
And that will.
That's the new mark to beat.
Yep.
And we'll see if the heat number 7 kids want to challenge that 22.50.
Jalik ran a 23.09, so he just off of his season best there.
All right, final heat here in the 200 meters coming up. We'll see if anyone wants to challenge the 22.50 by Raphael Smith Jr. of Mascuda. And trying to challenge that, you will find Chris Pete of Waterloo High School in lane 1. Edwardsville has a couple of guys next to each other in Zach Lane and Clayton Lacados in lanes 1 and 2. Samuel Elliott Barnes, from Alton in lane 4. Brian Jackson in lane 5 from Belleville West. O'Fallon High School has Omar Mims. Sinceri Ruffin in lane 7 from Alton. And Jerseyville, really? I didn't even know they were here.
Yep.
Casey Barkowski in lane 8.
Another one of those, I think, maybe
Not
just
here?
brought a couple athletes.
Are they not?
But I think I see 8 out there, so he's got a good time, too. That's one of those other cases, guys, where, a coach maybe wants to bring a kid out, run him against some good competition.
Yeah, I remember a guy came all the way out from Carmi,
Yeah.
came up here to run just run the 16, and I think he won.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Occasionally, particularly a school like Jersey, you just gave a kid a chance to come out here and run against really good competition.
Yeah.
Omar Mims finished in 2nd place last year in this event, and he's out here in this heat. He had a time last year of 22.13. If he can pull that off again, he'll win. Because the winner of last year's race, Devion Montgomery, graduated, so he is not out there to challenge.
I got a couple guys into the 21 second range this year, so we'll see what our not sure what our meet record is. The
21.34.
21.34. So
Yes,
not likely, but not impossible.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, you keep an eye on lane 3 and lane 4, lane 5. That's the middle of the track.
Yeah.
Lacados, Elliott, Barnes, and Jackson. So
Lane 6 has Mims.
Yep.
Mims was one of the best 100-meter guys in the state. Not running the 100 here today, but
yep,
going to take his knock here
Of course,
at the 200.
Samuel Elliott Barnes won the 100 here earlier today from Alton with a 11.17. He's out there as well in lane number 4.
That'd be kind of an interesting stat to dig up. If you had the time, figure out how many guys over the past few years have managed to win both.
Both, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll find
He
out
got a
here
good
if
start.
Elliott Barnes can accomplish that feat.
Clayton Lacados looks really good, though, too, in lane 2 or lane 3.
Yeah.
Here comes Mims.
But that is Omar Mims from
Yeah.
O'Fallon.
Really?
Oh.
Wow.
This could be something
This
pretty good.
could be a new record if he hurries. That's going to be
man.
real close.
It's going to be really close.
Let's see here.
21.43. Missed it by about 100 of a second.
But that is a new number 1 mark in the state, so now he owns both.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, and you got PRs, I think, from the top 3. Lacados, I just saw, was 21.91. His season best previous was 21.95.
Yeah.
But Omar Mims comes out and puts a big number up.
Yeah.
Man, you ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Looked like for a minute there he was going to challenge that mark set by Jamarian Stewart.
Yeah.
That's one of those, you almost wonder if there would have been someone sort of in his peripheral, if he pushed a little bit, but,
Maybe a slightly friendlier wind.
Yeah,
You get a little more.
a little bit of a gust still, too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. All right.
But
who would have thought?
I know, right?
We're going into the final event.
We are going into the final event. 4x400 meter relay, and there are 3 heats in this event.
And let's see if we've got anything for.
I think there's
discus is done.
Is it okay? There we
It
go.
looks like discus is done. I'll get y'all some Scores on those. So, point
Epinesa.
score, Yosei Epinesa with a mark of 55.65 meters, 182 feet 7 inches for those of you who are not metrically inclined.
That would be me.
Thank you.
Demarion Foreman of Monticello making the trip down from up by Champaign, finishing second. Andrew Bones of East St. Louis in third. Antonio Montoya of Normal Community in fourth. Devin Havermell in fifth as Council AD Clay Smith makes a.
Yeah, let's listen in. We're going to recognize Coach Frecker.
At Collinsville High School, Coach Daryl Frecker on a fantastic career in both cross country and track and field. "20 years here at Collinsville High School, previously at SIUE. Coach Frecker will be riding off in the sunset in how many days, Coach? 10 days. Well, he is officially retired. Let's give Coach Frecker one more big round of applause.
Coach Frecker Day here at Kahok Stadium. I heard somebody say that earlier.
Yeah.
So-
Freckerfest.
So
Frecker Fest,
so-
yeah.
So cool. So
Yeah.
cool. I mean, you do something for 20 years.
Yeah, he's been involved in area track and field in one form or another for, going on 40 years. And a Highland alum. Went on to compete at nearly as high a level as you can get to.
Yeah.
To never did qualify for the Olympics, but to make it there, be one of those.
Yeah.
That next echelon is still really elite company, and to come and coach at the collegiate level and been the coach here at Collinsville High School for a number of years, and he's had the privilege of being able to coach a couple of state champions. So, always a cool thing.
And like all those coaches out there with him, those are guys he's coached, right? Or these coaches that have been around for so long and learned from him. I know I'm someone in that pool too for a short stint. I felt like I just soaked up so much information from Coach Frecker when I was here. And he's one of those guys, even when I left and moved away, every time I saw him, he'd always check in, see how things were going, give me the update on what's going on in Collinsville. So I'm sure it's a bittersweet moment for him right now. 10 days, I think they said he had left before
I just went down there and talked to his daughter, Andrea Frecker, who always comes up here in the booth handing out medals for the last few years. I said, so your dad retired. Are you going to be back up here next year doing this? She's like, we'll see if he's not the one up here handing out medals next year.
Oh, yeah.
We'll finish up discus results. So Yosei Epinesa, your winners, were actually underway here in our first 4x400 meter heat.
All right, we have Centralia, Decatur MacArthur, Highland, East Alton Wood River, Father McGivney, and Quincy all running in this race, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Somebody's missing.
Let's see.
1,
if we can
2,
get a
3,
track
4,
on
5,
that.
6. No, we're not missing anyone.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Right. And this is always one of the fun events as we're getting down into the still awaiting official confirmation on the triple jump, but
I think there's like 8 more guys that have to jump before that's over.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Looks like Highland and East Alton Wood River off to an early lead as we approach the first exchange. But you see, I think that's Father McGivney down there making a push as well.
Walker Narrett.
And the 4x4, you'll notice, first runner in the 4x4 is going to stay in their lane the whole entire time. They're going to make the exchange here, and then there's going to be a cut point here after 100 meters where the runner can now work their way inside down to lane 1.
So Highland right now in first after just one lap around in the first of 3 heats. Record holder in this event, East St. Louis from back in 2006 with a time of 3 minutes, 16.8 seconds.
That's
that makes me hurt thinking about how fast that would have to have taken to run that.
Last year, East St. Louis also won this event with a time of 3 minutes, 19.61 seconds. So they weren't too far off of their own record there by 3 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll see here as we think about it. It looks like Edwardsville has probably got the team title locked up, barring a pretty significant Yeah, I think they have. They got a 27-point lead, so with just 2 events left to put in, it looks like Edwardsville have secured their 3rd consecutive Collinsville Invitational title. Three-peat, yes. 3rd in a row, and like I said, about their 7th in the past decade or so. So all roads, if you want to win here, you got to beat the Tigers, and that's not always an easy thing to do.
Yeah, this is the 26th year of this event, I believe. 1998 was the first year, I think.
Wow. And I think there's been some sorts of meets up here for longer than that, but I think in the current form, sometime in the late 90s.
Yeah, I think that's what Chad Burgess told me. Chad Burgess said he ran in the first one.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that Coach Burgess would have been running in anything.
I don't know if he would have been running either, but he competed.
Yes, he competed in the event. Is Highland and Wood River still doing it out here?
Yeah, they are.
Making their way up to the 2nd exchange. Going to be coming in here at the 248 mark or so.
Get in there in lane 1. Don't let him keep you. Nope, he's going. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that 3 minutes, 16 seconds looks like, what are you talking about? Because we're at 3 minutes right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these guys are on the backstretch.
It's one of those things with when you see times like that. Again, you start talking about what does it take from an individual.
3:16 right now.
Yeah, an individual for times 4. You got to run 3:16. You're talking about guys
3 sub 50.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that which is just insane.
It is.
The Wood River runner putting
East
on
Dalton Wood River. Yeah, they made some separation quick.
They come in the 3:41.
Almost the same exact time they submitted.
Yep.
3:41.13. A little quicker than what they turned in.
Well, about a little more than half a second.
Yep.
The Wood River, McGivney, Highland, MacArthur, Quincy, Centralia.
Collinsville does not have a 4x4 relay team this year. Heat 2. Springfield in lane 1, Edwardsville in lane 2, O'Fallon in lane 3, Belleville East in lane 4, Civic Memorial in lane 5, Granite City in lane 6, Freeburg is in lane 7, and Waterloo is in lane 8.
Kind of surprising to not see Edwardsville in the fast heat.
I was just about to say that. I'm curious. I think a few of those guys went out and ran some individual events today.
Right.
Maybe the Lakatos kid runs the Open 2 instead of the 4x4. You can.
Yeah, I'm not recognizing a ton of the names.
Yeah, I think you can kind of play around with that a little bit. Again, good day. Maybe come and see what he can do in the 200 or another kid can do in the Open 2. Because you typically would see, not always, but your 4x2 to 4x4 is a lot of translation. And the guys that would be running both of those events, not always in the 4x1 because the 400's a different race. But I was a bit surprised, too, not to see them in Heat 3.
Yeah.
Looks like they only have a couple of guys left standing in line for this
I think
triple jump over there.
I think most of them are done, just 2 or 3. So
yeah.
And like I said, discus is done. Congratulations to Yosei Epinesa, and then I think that will pretty well lock things up for a team title for Edwardsville.
Pretty much that would probably do it.
And I think I saw preliminary that the top 2 in triple were
Edwardsville
as well. Yeah.
So even if they don't necessarily, even with them not having the absolute fastest guys running the 4x4 this year,
and then maybe they knew that, right? If they were coming here to try to get a team title, say, hey, we feel like we could by that point have these guys run the 200 versus the 4x4.
Yeah, Malik Allen fouled out in both of his first 2 jumps.
And then he set a mark up over 49 feet. Which,
went 15 meters 11. Yep.
Yeah.
Which is
feet.
Which is I think provisional number 5 in the country.
Wow.
So
you start talking about those 50 feet marks.
You're talking
absolute upper echelon.
Yeah.
I couldn't jump 50 feet if I used a trampoline, man.
I don't know that I could jump 50 feet in 0 gravity.
Yeah, well, maybe that.
Just
you don't even have to get a running start to jump 50 feet in 0 gravity.
Yeah.
All right, heat number 2 about to get underway here. One more heat left, and then this event will be over for the day, providing that the triple jump ends before then. Play some music.
Yeah, they typically like 4x4. You know, we always used to joke that this is the big boy race. To get 4 guys that are willing to sort of throw away their body by running to 400,
Yeah.
which is what happens.
Yeah.
I mentioned this in the Open 4. It's hard to get guys to volunteer.
You see like video clips on as like you see like a before and after the
Yeah, it's
4x4.
brutal. Yeah.
You know, they're all smiley and happy, like, yeah, we're ready to go, and then you can't even talk after you're done.
Yeah.
Well, Edwardsville wants more points. Because right now, Edwardsville has the lead here in this second heat.
Oh, that's Waterloo.
Is it?
Yeah, Waterloo.
Waterloo out
yeah.
in lane 8. Yep. Edwardsville's down here in lane 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Belleville East, though, with the stagger right now.
there.
I think, yeah, there he goes. Man, that's a big stride by Belleville East.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Savion Mitchell.
Hey, I remember that name for basketball.
Yeah.
And a lot of multi-sport guys for Belleville East. And tell you what, their girls, obviously we don't cover a ton of girls track here, but Belleville East girls track has gotten off to a pretty good start. They got a couple of pretty young sprinters that have.
Somebody decided to close the door, and it just instantly got
Hotter here. Yeah.
Belleville East and Waterloo dueling it out. It looks like
Really good split here by Savion Mitchell from Belleville East. He ran well the whole. He's pushing through here, trying to figure. Here we go through the exchange. Decent exchange from East and Waterloo. Place will stay the same through the second exchange.
Yeah, is that Fallon and Granite City in third and fourth. Belleville East out to a pretty significant lead, but I think the O'Fallon runner is making a push here. Just past the halfway mark of things here.
Looks like the triple jump may be over.
Yeah, the results have not been finalized yet, but I'm sure they will be here shortly.
Probably about the time we get this final heat underway in the next race, it will be.
Look at Belleville East.
Belleville East running away with this.
Quiley Holmes with a really good split again.
Waterloo making a push back up here into second. Granite City pushing well.
Logan Pete is the anchor runner for Belleville East, and he gets the baton right now and has a big lead.
And here comes Edwardsville, maybe. So,
They made a move.
Springfield High in Edwardsville.
Yeah. Springfield High's really chasing Waterloo here.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
See if he can keep that pace.
Yeah.
Really fast through 150. Let's see if he can hold. That's Paul Hartman, the senior.
Yeah, it looks like he's backing off a little as he comes into the turn.
308, 309, 311 on the clock right now. It's about 125 meters left.
Points to how insane that 316 is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Belleville East going to come in. Springfield High making a push still. Oh, We're not
And
done
he
yet.
ran a great split. Paul Hartman, the senior, did.
Man, that was close.
Yeah.
329 or so.
329.83. Belleville East will take first. Springfield High 330 take second in that heat, and Civic Memorial 332.81 is third in the second heat of the 4x4.
All right. That sends us to our final heat in the final event of the day. And in lane number 1, you will have Alton High School, Cahokia High School in lane 2, Glenwood High School out of Chatham in lane 3, Carbondale in lane 4, Belleville West in lane 5, East St. Louis in lane 6, Mascoutah in lane 7, and Marion High School in lane 8.
Yeah, we'll see, obviously, East St. Louis, the defending champions and meet record holders. They've done quite well in this event, but it looks like our fast time will probably be from Carbondale with this particular group of guys.
Yeah, it looks like Carbondale. 321.36 is the time that was turned in. Pay attention to East Side. Their first runner is a freshman, Mark Samuels. Love to see it. You trust a kid enough that you have him be your starting runner in the 4x4.
Kenneth Buchanan. Remember here calling his name last year. Darius Ivy's name we called, and DeMarcus Coleman running anchor. Not a name I think we've called today, but
Southwestern Conference teams finished first, second, and third last year in this event. East St. Louis, Edwardsville, and Alton.
Lane 3 will be Chatham Glenwood. In lane 4, the 7
Carbondale's, 3:21:36 is a really, really good time. I don't know if where that would sit so far.
Who keeps on closing this door?
I think Ann.
The number 4 time in 2A right now. Mascuda to their outside. They are ranked number 6 in the 2A rankings. And the Marion Wildcats in lane 8.
All right, so do we have any?
3 of the 4x4.
So 4x4, Belleville West with running their top guys have put the number 3 time in the state down.
Okay.
So they're here in this meet. We'll see if they want to.
What time is that?
3:23:63.
Yeah, that's what they.
Fountain Sutton. Fountain, Sutton, Williams and McLean. So a couple of new different names for West out there today. So we'll see if this Carbondale group can really see what they can do here against the big bad Southwest Conference.
Still waiting for the finals of that triple jump to be posted up here.
Yeah. You're just trying to survey everything. I think everything's done. But just awaiting official confirmation.
Looks like we do have a scratch too.
No Cahokia? Or no?
Not sure. It may be East Side.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any East Side colors out there.
Just talking about them, doesn't look like they're here. Pay attention to Cahokia right now. 8 to stagger up pretty well out of lane 2.
Belleville West doing pretty well.
Yep. Carbondale in lane 4. We've been mentioning them. They had the top time coming in, but right now sitting behind a little bit. Now you got to take into account a little bit of a stagger here on this first exchange, but Carbondale definitely not where they want to be through the first runner. It's Glenwood out front. Cahokia.
Yeah, Cahokia is closing in quick on
Let's
that
see
inside.
the handoffs here.
Glenwood first and then Cahokia, but Cahokia with the benefit of the stagger.
Yep. And a little bit smoother handoff that pushed him out a little bit.
Yeah. I think that's Belleville West looking to make a push into third. Cahokia making a push here, just 110 halfway through our second leg.
And you never know with Carbondale either. Maybe it's not the same 4 guys that they turned that time in.
Yeah.
Hard to believe that through almost 600 meters, but head legs get a little heavy here for Cahokia.
Yeah.
Glenwood making a push.
Belleville West still hanging around there as well.
I wonder if Howard may have hurt himself coming around one of those turns.
I don't know.
Legs got pretty heavy.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Glenwood out there to a lead. I think they've been right up there a couple of times in this event.
Okay, here comes Carbondale now.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
that's them moving up here on Cahokia.
Carbondale or Belleville West?
That may be Belleville. Yeah, it is.
Oh.
That's Carbondale.
Yeah, Carbondale's about ready to take over first place.
Wow.
What a third leg.
Yep. And really second, kept them in it because they struggled through the first handoff.
Yeah, that is Carbondale.
Belleville West on a little push.
Yeah.
We talked about them with a 3:23:63 just time turned in.
Coming into the final exchange
And
at
here it comes.
2:33.
Can't ask for anything
all the
more.
guys stand at the line are going like this.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you think they're doing?
Yeah. We're going to have a good one here.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one.
Tough being the guy out in first position right now. You're trying to keep it. You're trying to push.
Cahokia.
And he's going to get pushed here big time.
Yeah, Glenwood and Cahokia making pushes now. Carbondale fighting back now.
He responded a little bit. Now he's settled back down. I think Carbondale's got a little bit in the tank here.
Belleville West making the push now. And here comes Carbondale with their kick. It'll be pretty close coming into the final 100 meters.
Felt like Carbondale was sort of toying a little bit, trying to see where the pace was, and 3:15, 3:16, 3:17 on the clock.
22, 23, and 24, 6 or 7.
324.73.
Now we do have those confirmed triple jump results, so I'll go ahead and relay them to y'all here real quick. And top 8, Malik Allen of Edwardsville, 15.11 meters. Number 5 in the country, number 1 in the state. Gino Montgomery, his teammate, goes second. Leonard Bratton of Centralia third. Victrees Thomas of Kahok in fourth. Damani Walker of Grant City in fifth. Brady Rail of Glenwood in sixth. Tristan Stanton of Rochester in seventh. And Najir Woods of Braden MacArthur of Decatur MacArthur, excuse me, in eighth. And your unofficial 4x4, Carbondale, Belleville West, Glenwood, Cahokia East, Belleville East, Springfield Civic Memorial, and Marion. And we'll wait official confirmation on that. We'll get you all your final scores here of this Collinsville Invitational.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yep.
All right, we're going to take a break here. We have it's post-game time, by the way, brought to you by Chiropractic Works in Collinsville, owned and operated by Dr. Chris McCluskey, who came up to visit us in the booth here just a little while ago. And he and his crew are focused on helping as many people as possible live high-quality lives all through chiropractic care and wellness. You can visit Dr. McCluskey at Chiropractic Works in Collinsville, 410 Regency Center, just off of the Beltline Road in Collinsville. You can give them a call at 618-343-3602 or online at chiropracticworkscollinsville.com. We'll come up and put the wraps on everything after a timeout here. It's the Chiropractic Works pregame show or postgame show, on the Kahok Sports Network.
The Ortho Gold TRT tissue regeneration machine is revolutionary new technology. It's known as a shockwave machine. In the hospital setting, it's lithotripsy. The machine looks sort of like an ultrasound head, but it's much different technology. It drives sound waves into tissue at 3,500 miles an hour. It's a 3 to 5 minute non-invasive treatment. This is revolutionary technology. It's great for acute, which means, injured tissue. New injuries per se, also chronic conditions. We have many people who have canceled knee replacements and shoulder replacements and treated lots of plantar fasciitis, foot, ankle problems. Overall, the OrthoGold TRT soft wave machine is revolutionary technology. We've been very excited to bring it to our practice, and we've already helped a tremendous amount of people with it, and we're looking forward to helping a lot more.
Chapman Trucking, LLC. Chapman Trucking is a local Collinsville business owned and operated by 1994 Collinsville graduate Christy Chapman. With over 10 years of experience, Chapman Trucking, LLC can take care of all of the heavy lifting when it comes to hauling aggregate materials such as sand, driveway rock, dirt, boulders, and more. That includes getting your heavy work equipment to your work site where it needs to be. Give Christy a call for a free estimate at Chapman Trucking, LLC. 618-960-9346 or online at chapmantruckingllc.net.
Todd Duke here, proud member of the Collinsville Educational Assistance Association. Whether you call us teachers' aides, paraprofessionals, or educational assistants, it all comes down to one thing: taking care of students. More importantly, your student. Yes, we are there for the teachers, and we help them in any way possible. But our goals are in line with our teachers, in that we want to see our students succeed at not only being a student, but well beyond that as we ready them for the world outside of the classroom. We are Union Strong. We are Kahok Strong. We strive to help students reach their potential. We are the Collinsville Educational Assistance Association. Go Kahawks! Keep your ride shiny and clean with Extreme Details Vehicle Detailing in Collinsville. Owner Jay Merkel and his crew at Extreme Details believe in the value of community and in helping their community hold the value of their vehicles with a sharp-looking, clean ride that you and your community can be proud of. Extreme Details can handle any job, whether you drive a small car, an SUV, or even a bus or RV. No job is too big or too small at Extreme Details. Extreme Details offers scratch and oxidation removal, no matter what you drive: cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, and more. Plus, Extreme Details can handle fleet vehicles for you and your company. Call Jay and the gang at Extreme Details at 618-977-1224. Check for periodic specials on the Extreme Details Facebook page. Put the shine in your ride with Extreme Details, 618-977-1224.
My name is Rayshawn Taylor, collegiate basketball player at SIUE. At the end of January, I had an ACL injury. I've been searching for ways to come back as best as I can after the construction. Dr. Chris introduced me to the Shockwave machine. I'm gonna be honest, at first I was kind of scared because I didn't want it to shock me and hurt me too bad. And I had heard something about it and I did my research on it, and it turns out it didn't actually hurt. It just was a good pain. It just finding where it hurts to promote the healing, and that's exactly what it did. I've actually had this surgery before. This time I feel like I'm back on my feet quicker, much faster. I'm much stronger than I was up to this point last time. And honestly, I feel like I could play right now. I'm excited to get back on the court. Thankful that Dr. Chris introduced me to this.
And once again, welcome back to Collinsville High School and Kahok Stadium. We've wrapped up this 26th edition of the Kahok Boys Track and Field Invitational. And once again, your Edwardsville Tigers have won this whole entire thing. They even improved on last year's 93 points with an even 100 points this year for the three-peat. So congratulations to Edwardsville. Collinsville slipped down one notch. They finished in 9th last year, and the Kahawks finished in 10th place this year. But well, it was a lot of fun. I always enjoy doing this.
Yeah, great day for it, as we've said. I'll echo that again. And Edwardsville just shows, continues to show how dominant they are. And in track and field, it's so interesting. You have a couple guys here and there, and that's how you get those points, right? So they got the Epinesa kid who's a good thrower, a couple good jumpers. Now you get in the mix in every event, and all of a sudden, you have enough points. And I'm sure that they're going to be picking and choosing what that's going to look like as we get to postseason here action for track and field. But, Todd, it was a great day.
Yeah, not too bad. Zach, you're over there with the computer in front of you. Why don't you run down the final results there?
All right. So, as Todd mentioned, I'll go ahead and go through the top 10. We had 29 different teams score today. But, yeah, the top 10, the host Collinsville Kahawks dropping one spot from last year. Will finish in 10th with 30.5 points. And 9th place is East St. Louis with 32.5. Marion and Carbondale making the long trips worthwhile will finish in 8th and 7th. Marion with 34, Carbondale with 35. We had a tie for 5th place between Triad and Glenwood, both with 44 apiece. Belleville West jumping up into 4th place with 49 points. Close battle for 2nd. O'Fallon in 3rd with 54, and Mascoutah in 2nd, just 1 point ahead at 55. And Edwardsville doing what Edwardsville does, finishing out with an even 100 points. For Collinsville specifically, we would like to congratulate Devin Habermill on his victory in the shot put. And congratulations to, I think we had 2 #1 marks in the state, Troy McLean in the 400 meters on his birthday of all days. Yeah. And saw Omar Mims in the 200 as well. And Malik Allen continuing to show why he's one of the best triple jumpers in the country.
Yep.
And so, yeah, we had, like I said, great day. Lots and lots of PRs. Some shuffling of the state rankings after today, showing why, this event really is one of the best events around. And I would have to think if you're Coach Frecker, you can't be happier with how the last one he's run and went. And I'm sure he'll still be hanging out around.
I'm sure. He'll be up here handing out medals next year. Yeah, probably. Meet record, only one of those fell, and as we mentioned, that was Troy McLean from Belleville West with the 400-meter time of 47.82. So, big thank you to Zach Roseman over there running the camera on the other microphone. Jacob Soapiers, thanks you for hanging out with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I had a great time.
Yeah. Would you rather be coaching or up here in the booth?
It was good to be up here in the booth today. No, I really appreciate it, Todd. I'll just think the KX Sports Network in general is so cool. I'm an avid watcher and listener, and so it's cool to get a chance to be on the other side of it.
Yeah,
thanks for having me.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. All right, that's going to do it for us. A big thank you to Coach Frecker on his last meet, and joining us on the pre-meet show if you will. I'll be back here Monday night for a little girls soccer. Father McGivney in town to take on your Collinsville Lady Kahawks. It'll be senior night. Olivia Johnson, the only senior on the team, and they will recognize her here Monday night. We'll be on the air right around 6:10, and the game scheduled to get underway at 6:30. So, everybody, have yourselves a fantastic weekend, and we will talk to you Monday night.